Good evening, everyone. I welcome you to this evening's meeting of the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee on Thursday, the 13th of October 2022. Before we actually start this meeting, I'm going to ask for members to stand for a minute's silence in memory of Mick Pendergast, who ably represented Hoop Peninsula since 2015, who unfortunately lost his battle with cancer earlier this month. So members, if you would please rise. Thank you. Members, we go straight into item 1, apologies for absence. I'm aware of apologies received from Councillor Carr with Councillor Mrs Elizabeth Turping substituting, and from Councillor Brown with Councillor Cooper substituting. Are there any other apologies? Thank you. Then we now move on to item 2, record of the meeting. Is everybody happy with the minutes from the last meeting, and can I sign those off? Thank you. We go into urgent matters. On my sheet it says there are none. I'd like to make members aware that we were expecting some guests this evening from Thurrock Council to view how we run our scrutiny committee. Unfortunately, they've got a clash of meetings tonight and cannot attend. So item 4, declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests and other significant interests. Any member?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have got a minute OSI. It's on page 136. I've skim-read the agenda. There's reference there to Medway Afro-Caribbean Association and the hip opera. I am a trustee of MACA.
Okay, thank you. Any other member? Councillor Stamp.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to item 7, the annual review of waste contracts, it's not a DPI, but it's just for transparency that I work for the Environment Agency, which regulates the waste sites associated with the waste contract.
Thank you. And I welcome 2 of our members who've just arrived. I'm aware that another member is on his way. Any other declarations of interest? In that case, then, we go directly on to the attendance by the portfolio holder for frontline services. Everybody has had the chance to read his report, and therefore we'll go directly into questions. Thank you. Any member? Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to Phil for the report this evening. Very helpful. I'm just gathering my notes. I went quite quickly into that. I've got a couple of issues that I'd like to raise, and I know some of my colleagues might have as well. I just wanted to start on highways, which is part 2 of your report, particularly in relation to paragraph 2.23 and about the pothole issue. I've noticed, and this is something perhaps other members have noticed as well, is that pothole repairs, the temporary repairs, are going in at a sort of quite a regular rate. And then 2 years later, certainly I've noticed it in one of my roads in my wards, it's coming out of the ground again. And I just got a question around the cost effectiveness of that, as to whether or not it's actually the sensible thing to do, to just plop something in the ground and then 2 years later you've got to do it again. And that may end up costing us more in the long run, and what your views on that are. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your question. Regarding the potholes, obviously, you know we get the pothole funding from the government. Well, if you look through the report, you'll see that we've tried to do more carriageway repairs as a permanent fixture on the potholes. We use a Vitaflex for emergency potholes, which is what the ones you're talking about. When we get a call from the public, so there's a big hole and they're frightened they're going to muck their aluminium wheels up on their car, low profile. So we tend to use that as emergency thing, but we are trying to get over to more permanent repairs and using the pothole fund to do these major repairs rather than keep going back to small ones, because I understand where you're coming from, because they don't last as long as a complete overlay.
Can I move on? Yeah, thank you very much. Just to move on then to a particular issue that's in my ward but has relevance across Medway, and that's in relation to the closure of the slip roads down at Sittingbourne on the M2. The roadworks that we had, or the planned scheme that we had in Luton on Luton Road, has been cancelled, or not, it has been deferred until next year, and that is a road safety issue there. The reasoning behind those works was road safety. And I just wondered how long this period of sort of pausing everything is going to last.
Yeah, I was copied into an email last week from Tristan, which I was quite, not annoyed, but it frustrated me a bit to think he thought that I'd pulled that job for the sake of the money side of things, which I've been a firm supporter of all the works through phase 1 and now phase 2 coming on, and we've got to wait until we can get the congestion bit with junction 5 being closed, but it's not, we are definitely going to carry on and do that job. So if you can pass that message on, it certainly wouldn't be me who pulls that on that.
Thank you, that's good to hear. And just one more question, if I may, Chair, and that's in relation to buses and the bus service improvement plan. It's been a year now since it's been in place, and actually I'm getting a lot, and I think there may be other questions on that coming up as well, about how effective that actually is being. Particularly, one of the areas that obviously concern is levels of pollution and replacing the existing buses with much more modern ultra-low emission buses and such like that. We're really not seeing that at all. And it's been a year now down the line, and I wonder when we are going to start seeing any kind of improvement in the quality of the buses themselves, from a pollution point of view in particular. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, the bus companies have had a bit of a torrid time last couple of years, and their viability has been a bit of a struggle. And the conversations we've had with them, I wouldn't like to say they're promising new buses. I mean, as for dust carts and things like that, Norse, we're using the biofuel to cut down the pollution, but I can't say to Arriva, go over onto that to save the planet, because at the moment I think they're struggling financially. I mean, they're looking at all their different routes, which ones are viable, and it's sort of an ongoing conversation regarding the bus companies, to be honest.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, my question was going to be about buses as well, and I understand what you're saying about a torrid time, but we've had information that bus routes are going to be slashed, changed, altered, and of course this affects residents a lot. As you might know, I've had a particular problem with my own bus route, the 176. It's been horrendous. Waiting an hour sometimes, at Pentagon, because I keep being told that there aren't any drivers, we're picking up from COVID, all sorts of things. And of course, passengers, their patience is wearing thin. And even today, I was accosted more or less at the bus stop by a resident, tried to explain things, but it's not helping when, the bus just is not there and changing in the timetables. So I know you've just said it's torrid time, but people are also saying that they don't get any notice of these changes. And people who haven't got computers and things, they can't look online to see what's going on. So how can all these changes be publicised more? Because this is going to be very unhelpful for local residents and children going to school, etc., etc. And I've got another question after this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cooper. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, we subsidise the buses up to about 800k a year, and there's a limit to how much we can keep subsidising. And a lot of the routes that they are stopping are commercial routes, and their figures for usage is still below pre-COVID. So all we can do is keep having a conversation with them, and whether or not we ask them to give us the changes to put in Medway Matters, because that would have a better spread for people who are not online. That might be an idea, and we'll certainly take that away and do that.
Thank you. And my second question is, Ruth will know about this. The new superstore that's opened up in my ward, when it first opened, it was absolute chaos. The entrance and the exit was not, doing what it's supposed to be doing. There was cars everywhere. There was, all this sort of thing. And I noticed that there are cars parked on the same side as the store on the yellow line, and they're there for a long time, which is impeding buses going around the corner, etc., etc. And a chap on a bicycle, he nearly ran over a little boy who was trying to cross the road because he couldn't see him, and the crossing is too near the island. And Councillor Andy Stamp has also had information about this, and he might want to say, but I'll say it as well. One of our residents has suggested that we have a yellow box junction there so that it can help with the traffic. But, this is going to cause an accident, and I have had information that this is being looked at by the highways team, but I'd like your views on that, please.
Yeah, you did right. Ruth did bring that up about a week ago at the portfolio holders meeting, and the guys are looking into it, and hopefully we get something sorted out pretty soon.
Hopefully sooner rather than later, before anything happens.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Phil, for the report. I just want to start by echoing Councillor Cooper's comments in relation to the new Lidl store. I'd certainly agree with what she's saying in relation to the problems that it's causing on the highway. And I'd also support what Councillor Curry said in relation to the quality of the pothole repairs. So it's good to hear that you're perhaps looking at a more strategic view of full resurfacing. In terms of the highways contract, a couple of issues around the quality of the repairs. The patching programme, I think, on the whole, has worked fairly well, and we've had several roads, repaired with the patching scheme in my ward recently, and residents are appreciative of that. However, some concerns have been raised about the quality of that in terms of where the new surface meets the old. The joints are not being sealed by the contractor, so the likely deterioration over the winter months in particular is probably going to happen. So I think the quality of those patching works needs to be looked at, and if the joints were sealed, that would certainly be a much more permanent long-term repair. The other element around the quality of roads and footpaths is the city fibre works that are being carried out at the moment. I've had feedback from residents. There's a lot of works in Gillingham in particular at the moment, and the quality of the reinstatement after they've installed the superfast broadband is an ongoing issue. So I just wanted to get clarification around what your view of that is at the moment, and what highways inspectors are doing to ensure that those reinstatement works are sufficient.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andy. You're dead right on the repairs. Because we've moved, right, technology moves on, but it's not always the best thing. We're using different types of machines. It's, in essence, a planer, a hog, they call it, but you don't get a nice clean cut like you do when you diamond saw something. And what we should be doing is looking at putting an A2 sealant, pitch extended poly or something along the joints to seal it. Now, I'll certainly take that on board and make sure we're having a real big change within highways and street works and everything, so I will feed that back. City fibre, well, we've sort of stopped them a bit because they were causing havoc. I mean, we're getting phone calls. Every time the wind blew, all the barriers blew over, but the quality of their work, we need to get on top of that. So I'll take on board what you're saying.
Thank you. That would be appreciated and appreciated by residents. Through you, Chair, I have another question, if I may. The second point I wanted to raise was in relation to the EV charging points that have been installed in the car parks. In the report, in paragraph 3.4, obviously it mentions the EV charging points that have been installed in Rochester, Rainham and Strood. Yeah. And it mentions that other locations are being identified. I just wanted to check what those locations were, because Chatham and Gillingham obviously doesn't have much coverage at the moment, specifically in relation to EV charging points in car parks. But the other thing is that in paragraph 3.6, it says during this financial year, opportunities for on-street charging will be considered, potentially as a pilot project. So I wondered, as we're halfway through the current year, whether you've got an update in terms of on-street charging points and a project for that being trialled.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen on this on street charging because I'm sure there might be an opportunity to look in Gillingham that we can do something on this pilot scheme, which is getting quite close. I would think by January-ish we should be on board with one of those, a few of those, I believe. One of the problems we've got with what we're having to do is monitor how much usage the EV charging points are being used in car parks, because some of the places we were looking at putting the charging points, to take for instance Rochester, the multi-storey car park is full up by 9 o'clock in the morning. Blue Boar Lane, I would think, Stuart, is probably the same. Now, if we have too many parking bays for electric charging, our residents won't have anywhere to park. So we need to have a careful look at the numbers of, if we have got spaces, or what we could end up doing is putting charging point in for visitors to Rochester, and the residents who want to use our car parks haven't got anywhere to park. It's a bit of a chicken and egg job, but so what we're doing, we're monitoring the usage of the ones we've put in different places in Chatham and Rainham. So we're looking at that all the time.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start off, I've got three areas of question, if that's okay. But start off with a sort of bouquet, if you like. I think it needs to be said, because we always are going to naturally focus on those areas which we might call opportunities to improve. But congratulations. I don't know what percentage of boroughs in the country now are offering a collection of waste every week of every type. I should think we're getting a smaller minority. And I get a lot of people thanking us for that part of our service. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. We're so quick to pick on the things that could be better. My three areas of questioning are this, though. No, that doesn't count. Bouquets don't count. First of all, actually, I'll just quickly on the bus issue that was talked on. This is a very simple one. You may or may not know the answer. If not, perhaps you could come back later. It is in Borstal, part of my ward, have been an issue. There have been changes and cutbacks there, partly affected by KCC's policies as well, and I know we work with them on that. But a lot of residents have reported that the bus passes that for older folk use are not scanned, and this and told not to scan. Oh, come on, and sit down, and these are not being scanned through on the system. If they are not recorded on the system, and I've got quite a lot of evidence of this, I'm very happy to send on, because I've got reports from people that became interested in this. I don't see how we're going to have reliable data about the usage of those buses unless we're saying that older folk don't really count, which I very much hope you're not going to say, because they do count. Otherwise, it's pointless having these buses. So can you answer that? Thank you. Yeah,
thank you for that, Stuart. This has come up many times about these bus passes not being scanned. If you could give us some evidence, it would be very useful, because we have challenged them about this, because it doesn't give you an accurate figure on the usage of the buses, as you quite rightly say. So if you can let me have a saying on that, more than happy to take it up.
Thank you. I know I have hard evidence, and I can get more, and I've already submitted some of it, and I've got it all recorded from people that were really starting to take an interest. But I think we do need good data to make those decisions. I'm going to use some roadworks in Borstal as an example. I'm not expecting you to know any details, although I know you're aware of it, but it's an example of problems which I know have applied across Medway. And I'd be interested to know how we can improve on this. There's the junction of Shortsway and Borstal Street. We're very happy that there's going to be some improvements to the safety of that junction. That's a tick in the box. That was due to happen some months ago, and then due to a clash, and everyone was prepared for that, and then due to a clash of works with something else going on, I believe a utilities project, that was postponed. It was then postponed again for a reason I didn't fully understand, but it started about 10 days ago. I was surprised because it's a relatively small piece of work. It just requires some bollards and some curbs being moved and so on and so forth. I'm not diminishing it too much because I know sometimes things take longer than one would hope, but they were asking for 3 or 4 weeks of a road closure of this really important junction where buses go. And if anyone knows the area, it is a very, very busy junction. You close that junction and there's no easy alternative. You go at least a mile out of your way to avoid it. The reason I'm disappointed is that there have been so many changes and then promises that it was going to be 3 weeks, then it was going to be a week, then it was going to be finished at the weekend, then nobody worked on it at the weekend, even though we've been told only 3 days earlier that it would be, and we were told that someone was sick, but then we're told it was open on Tuesday. I don't know, I haven't checked whether it's open today or not. That doesn't matter. I don't need an investigation into the details of that particular case. But my concerns are, we've had a lot of roadworks in that area, and I know that other parts, Raynham was mentioned, where there's been it's sort of a perfect storm of things going on. I know in my heart we could do far, far more to coordinate these works, to communicate far more clearly, because if I hadn't pushed and pushed and pushed, local residents wouldn't have known what was going on. It's almost, I felt I had to squeeze information out of the system to know what was happening, and then it kept on changing. And I'll be honest with you, it feels like to the community that those contractors just do not care. It feels like, do you know what? We've got up to 3 weeks, we'll take as long as we like. You know, if we don't come for a couple of days, we're going to leave the road closed, hard luck. I don't know whether that's true or not, but that's how it feels to the community. So there are two aspects of it. One, surely we can improve communications and planning, and surely the coordination of utilities, which I know is always a problem. Can all of these things be sharpened up so that at least when we have essential roadworks, we can minimise the impact on local communities? What can be done to improve that?
Yeah, thanks for that. Right, I'm sure Ruth won't mind me saying this. We are having a complete culture change with regards to highways, street works, and we're bringing it all into one. And we've brought in Alex, who's overseeing all this, and we've got Paul Wood, who's looking after all the licensing of the roadworks. It's very important that when the utility people ask for traffic lights and road closures, we don't just turn around and give them a date. Oh yeah, you can have it for 3 weeks. We need to say to them, we need to be stronger. We need to say, no, you can have a closure for 3 days, and then we get on their case and chase that sort of thing up. But the jobs like you're talking about, Shortsway, it became quite apparent to us when we were talking about all this. The jobs, you need a strong client-led job, supervision. So we need to be stronger. We go out and we supervise the jobs. I've got a big thing in my life about the work I do. I don't believe in something called snagging. Everyone's obsessed when you've done a job. Afterwards, they go around and there's a week snagging and things like that. If the job is done properly in the first place and it's supervised, there shouldn't be a snagging list at the end of it. So when you start doing the job and you start digging the road up and someone's put a cable in where it's not showing on a plan, yes, you will get hold-ups. And that's where you're right on the communication side. We can do communications very well. We need to make sure we do it. If something crops up and it's going to put the job a fortnight behind, you need to tell the residents. But one of the big things that really come to light in the last sort of 6 months is the planning of these jobs. That's the most important thing. We need to spend more time and money on the actual planning of these jobs. Like you say, you look at that junction that you're talking about, very busy junction. You need to make sure that you've got the right type of lights in there. If you can close part of the road and keep some of it open and do diversions, short diversions, but planning of some of these jobs, like we did the one down Medway City Estate, you think you've got it right, and then the fire brigade say to you and the police, well, you can't shut one lane off in the, you can't do what you wanted to do in the tunnel. So we had to change all the traffic management. But you need to spend a lot of time on pre-planning for some of these jobs to make it easier.
Thank you for that. That is reassuring to know. And we're going to be talking to Councillor Chitty about economic development later. And I have to say, the roadworks have a direct and measurable impact on our local economy. Because we don't know how many people have been delayed getting to a project or doing something. And so if people know and can plan about what is happening with some reliability and certainty, they can leave earlier, change their plans, go a different way and so on. So I don't think it's good enough at all just to leave things closed and so on. I know you get it. And I was going to say, I think few people in Medway Council understand dealing with contractors better than you, and I respect that, and I know that you're beyond that, and we need to deal with it. Thank you. One other very easier one, if I might, the old issue of parking, especially the complications in our town centres. Some while back, we started a parking strategy group to have a look at some of these issues, because I think sometimes they need to be looked at holistically, and each town centre has its own problems, opportunities, the developments going on, changes to the economy, and there's so many things going on. We've got some things happening, and the automatic plate recognition and so on, which is great, no problem with that. But all of I just feel we need a broader strategy, not just for the use of the parking, but also where we're going to need further parking, or what parking we decide we don't need for whatever reason. Can we reinstate a proper strategic look at our parking plans for our town centres, please?
Yes is the answer, Stuart. We did spend quite a bit of time on this, and we had a survey done on all of Chatham, Gillingham, Strood. COVID came along, and we need to get it going again. I think Richard or Sonny, but we'll leave it with us. We will get that re-erected, because it's not gone away.
Councillor Mrs Turpin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've got a few questions. I'll take them one at a time. I think that's how we've been doing it. In 7.1, it talks about travel safety, and sadly, the number of fatalities and casualties on our road. It does talk about these figures being, I think, sort of reduced from previous year. But I'm just wondering how they actually compare to other areas, because there may have been a reduction, but how safe are our roads in comparison?
Nationally, our figures are good. The KSI figures always disappoint me, because one death, one accident is one too many, and that's why we spend if you look through the report, the road safety team put a lot of work into schools and everything else. I'm a firm believer, have been for years, over bikeability, which used to be cycling proficiency years ago, but because sometimes that's the only bit of training these kids have before they go out on the roads. So I'm always disappointed when I see the figures for accidents. No road is safe. We can only make them as safe as we can, but we've got to keep banging on with the education and everything else to try and bring those figures down.
Thank you. That actually leads nicely into my next question about the education. With the bikeability, I'm assuming we're sort of in Medway, there's a lot of cycle paths that are all the shared paths, and whether that's sort of taught in, you know, the children, because it's very different cycling on a road to it is cycling on a path, and sort of doing a lot of cycling myself more recently, I actually struggle with the shared paths. I'd probably more, you know, I'd prefer to be on the road in a lot of cases, because actually pedestrians are, they're not dangerous to me necessarily as a car is, but you've got people with headphones in, and you know, it's just sort of teaching the children that as well. So, but also with the education, is there any way we can get sort of parents involved in that? I mean, when I've spoken to schools, we get a lot of issues with sort of parking outside of schools, and the problems that brings. And it's really the parents, you know, it's not the child that goes and parks in the bus stop outside of school. You know, it's the parents that are doing it. I don't know if I did speak to the school and they would be up for that. I don't know whether there's any way, whether we'd get parents coming along, but whether they could be invited to these kind of events.
I'm sure our safety team would be delighted to talk to parents. I mean, when I talk to the kids about recycling, it's the kids who are going home telling the parents how to do recycling. But yeah, we'll certainly take that on board, and if there's anything we can do, because the more people who know, it saves lives, doesn't it?
My third question, I did have a couple more, but they're on sort of waste and stuff, so I don't know if you want me to leave those until later. Yeah, okay. Jane's Creek, it mentions about the sort of constant clearing of that with the supermarket trolleys and things. I just wondered what involvement the supermarkets have in that. So I think we use volunteers and things as well, but it's just, you know, are they involved with the clean-up? What are they doing to prevent them getting in there in the first place? Because as soon as we get it cleaned, they're back, you know, looking in a terrible state.
Yeah, I think they like to retrieve their trolleys, but they sort of do a joint venture with helpers and stuff, I think, is the answer.
Okay, I'll move on to I've got two more questions on waste. The booking system for the household waste centres. I know we've got the same day booking system now, but it has to be before 11 a.m, I understand. And I think we're at 62% capacity. So obviously there's room there for taking more in. And I know the leisure centres, you know, if you're a member, you can book right up until the session starts, you know. So, you know, I assume the technology's there. Why can't we do that with the booking?
The booking system's working very well. It's got quite a few advantages regarding the cross-boundary cost of charging to KCC, because we know where they've bought the waste from, and we can countercharge KCC for their residents, which will stop next year because they've opened a new one down at Alresford. But we're open to look at anything on booking system, but the way it's working at the moment, there's capacity there. Happy to have a look.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. So I think I do hear sort of people being frustrated that, you know, they would go to the waste centre if they could, but it's sort of 1 o'clock in the afternoon and they can't book until the next day. And you know, they're available to go there and then and get rid of something. So I'm just worried about the impacts on fly tipping.
No, I must admit, we've done quite a bit of consultation on this, and we're not getting that sort of feedback. People are quite happy to book and go down there. It's not so congested. I had a lady last week ring me up and ask me, she's got a blue badge, do they help? And then she rang me back later and said, I went down there and they emptied my car out and everything for me. Absolutely brilliant. So pat on the back for the guys down there. This was a Cuxton one, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are happy to book. It's not necessarily a system, but it's just if there is, you know, if there's capacity there that day, you know, why not let people book and go immediately if it's available? That's what I'm saying. Is that something we can look into doing?
Well, we may well be looking at letting in white vans, commercial stuff. So we need to see the capacity, because that's an area that we've been looking at for a long time, and we now think we've got the capacity to do that. So I'd rather do that than have it open sort of for everyone at the moment.
Okay. And finally, then, you'll be pleased to hear, on the Christmas collections, it talks about that in the report, and that was sort of, we had a change last year to how we did that. And I just wondered if that's going to be carried on this year, and also sort of, again, whether there was any impact on sort of fly tipping, because I'm just concerned that 2 areas in Medway who had collections on Mondays and Tuesdays did miss a whole week, whereas previous years we would have caught up, you know, by having double collections on the next available date. And I know there was some sort of certain reasons were sort of due to, obviously, the crew, you know, having had a very difficult year of, you know, having a lot of work. But I just wondered if they were consulted to actually, they would have been prepared to do a 6-day week, you know, and be paid for that, or, you know, what the alternative. I just wondered what the impact was with if people were just going and getting rid of their stuff somewhere
The
else.
answer to this is quite simple. The guys on the dust carts would probably work Christmas Day, but we haven't got a facility that we can take the rubbish to. And Christmas again this year, Monday and Tuesday are bank holidays. Now, we didn't get hardly any problems with people not having collection because, as someone said earlier, we collect every week. Some people are used to having it collected every fortnight. So, with the funeral, the Queen's funeral, we missed a day there because it was a bank holiday. The guys are entitled to a bank holiday, but the biggest problem is the facilities that we take it to. If they're not open, we've got nowhere to take it.
Thank you. Councillor Hubbard.
Thank you. And first of all, I can provide some information about James Creek. Right. So if I can answer on behalf of the portfolio holder, Peter Garrett, our Green Spaces and Access team leader, contacted me regarding this very matter. So I'll just read what he said to me. Where is it now? There we go. So, as you know, Morrison's, anybody who lives in Strood, aware that Morrison's are fitting out their store. And Morrison's, as part of their contract, their contractor's contract, they've asked them to do a one-off clearance in James Creek. So that should be happening any time soon. And of course, they're working with the partnership. That's the Medway Swell Estuary Partnership. And there's going to be a second one along Canal Road. If you want to come along, there's some dates in, probably the favourite date is 23rd of November. So you want to come along? Okay, so I'm going to, okay, so my question, right, now, Councillor Williams and Councillor Etheridge and I received an email from Chris Webb, who actually is a resident of Strood Rural. And this is about traffic management, yeah? So the last few days, there's been a closure between Cliff Road and the B2000, and there's tremendous chaos. In fact, it caused chaos for me coming in tonight. I'm quite sure it did for Councillor Etheridge as well. So the question that was asked of Chris Webb was the fact that, and by the way, wasn't aware of planned works as well. So there's planned works by the Power Networks, which is Banks Road and Commissioners Road, and then you add in the unplanned works, these emergency planned works. So his question was, and my question is as well, is this taken into account by the Council's traffic management team, how to manage something that's unexpected because it is stationary, and that part of Finsbury Strood never gets stationary. So it really is, what is the resources in the traffic management team to overcome something that's happening without real notice?
Well, we do have a team that if there's an accident or the roundabout at the bottom of Four Elms Hill, something tips off a lorry, we do get a crew there pretty quick to try and help. Now, the one at Brompton Farm Road, I do know about because someone rang me when I was out at Cobham the other night, about 8:30. And I did some inquiry. I believe it's a water board, wasn't it? But no one had any prior knowledge because it was emergency. And this is the problem we have. But we will have to look at how we deal with these emergencies quicker, because everything comes back. The water board don't get the blame. It's us, the council, who get the blame. So we need to, I'm sure we will have a discussion in the next week or so, how we overcome these emergency things like that.
Yeah, it is actually how do you deal with emergency, and something that is a simple road closure, it causes chaos for a large area, and people drive quite madly. Phil, you and I have been councillors off and on for a long time. Yeah, 91, when you only won your seat because my father-in-law didn't vote for my mother-in-law. This is true, by the way. He only voted once, just in case there was a tie. Yeah, he also told the late Peter Tungate that, and wonder why Peter wasn't that amused the 4 years later. So imagine you're writing out a letter and put it into an envelope, and you want to give advice to the incoming portfolio holder. What advice would you give them of how to better run your portfolio?
I would probably tell them that keep calm, look at the budgets, and do the best you can with the budget you're given.
And a smaller budget as well.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your report, Phil. Page 28, 5.5. Earlier this year, we finished the relief road off of Medway City Estate, relief slip road. I had my reservations about it, but it seems to have worked quite well. I don't know what sort of feedback you've had yourself on it, but it seems to be working quite well. I've used it quite a few times myself. Going on from that, during the construction phase, we opened Canal Road, and that seemed to have gone down very well with the businesses on the estate there. I just wondered, going forward, will we be looking at having that open on a permanent basis at all?
Yeah, well, starting with the relief road, I suppose to judge its success, I could say I've had no complaints, so I take that as we've done a reasonable job on it. We did learn a lot of lessons from doing that job. With COVID and everything, you probably wouldn't have started it in the first place, but that's a different story. Canal Road, at the moment, they are doing the utility works. I believe they're connecting up to H&E's for hydrogen plant or something like that. So Canal Road's an ongoing conversation, John, to be honest with you. We need to relook at that, because at the moment it's closed, isn't it? Is it closed off at the moment?
Yeah. But we've asked for it for a number of years. But yeah, if you could look at that once that work's finished, if you could have another look at it, it'd be great. Oh, my computer's gone. Part of the conversation, is it? Or no, it does affect, Medway City states in our ward, so it does affect that side of it. The other one was on page 30, 7.2. Mobile speed camera operation was introduced. Have you got any figures back on this at all, Phil? It'd be quite interesting for this committee and myself to have, if there's any figures back, whether we've caught anybody speeding and things like that.
Are you talking about top of 4 Rams Hill?
Yeah.
No, I don't get the feedback.
Away.
I don't get the feedback from the police on that one. I think we could probably get them and let you have them, John, because I don't know the figures.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd be right now, but if you could, if you look into it for us, Phil, that would be quite interesting information. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just have a comment on roads and then questions on parking and also buses. I really welcome the community engagement information that Volker provided as part of your report, and particularly the links with local schools and training centres. And I noticed that there were 2 work experience placements given to 2 Thomas Aveling students, and that's a school in my ward, so I really welcome that kind of engagement. And I just wanted to say that, in future, I really would welcome a little bit more information about where the road improvements are. I think it's very important how much Medway gets from central government, but for me, it's also equally important how it's distributed within Medway, so that we really get that assurance that it's going to the places with the highest need. So just a comment on that. On parking, I guess I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the parking team who sort of engaged with local councillors on introducing the AMPR system at Rochester Station car park in particular. They had some really great engagement with myself and Councillor Patterson on things like digital inclusion, so making sure that people had, there was a possibility of cash payments. But, when we raised serious concerns about the fact that people were essentially going to be charged for dropping people off at the station, they were very pragmatic and reversed their position on that, and allowed a sort of grace period. So, really welcome that change. But I would also just like to know if there's any update on that particular scheme. I think it was sort of from memory due to be introduced fairly shortly, and I'm just wondering if you had any more information about when that might be. Because it's obviously very important for residents to know. And then just finally on buses, I do think it's very important that we do everything that we can in Medway to get greener buses, and that we have a fare structure that really incentivises people to use buses more and to get them away from this heavy reliance on cars that we have in Medway, which has, huge knock-on effects in terms of parking and other things, not least environmental issues. And I did have a look at the Medway bus service improvement plan from last year, and it's, you sort of see that it's, detailing how, the council's going to work with bus providers to explore opportunities for improved frequencies on key corridors and having a simpler fare structure. And I really welcome that, but I think what we're seeing is that the situation is actually getting worse rather than better, and I understand that the bus industry has gone through some difficult times. But I do really think that we need to be doing everything that we can to try and make our bus network better. I mean, I know that there's, as other colleagues have mentioned, there's going to be reduced frequencies in my own ward, the 145, which goes from Chatham to Warren Wood. That's going to be reduced. So I do get my personal view is that Medway's bus system is actually in a state of managed decline. And, I don't imagine that you would agree with me on that. But I'm interested in any additional information you can give about how we can kind of turn this situation around. I recognise there's challenges, but we really need to be as ambitious as possible about having a really decent public transport network. And I'd invite your comments on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding the highways and the areas of need, the way we measure the repairs we do on highways, it should work that the areas of need are the ones we do first, the way we list them out. I'm pleased to hear that parking listened to you regarding the drop-off points and things. I have got an email that came yesterday from parking to agree how we're going to change the short-term and long-term in Rochester regarding the automatic paying. So we haven't quite done that yet. We need to make sure we got the figures right and we got the volume of parking areas right for that before we change anything. I hear what you're saying about the buses. My job has been for years to try and get as many people on buses as we can. So when we were looking, I tried with Arriva, pointless running double-decker buses out around the peninsula, a single-decker bus around there with a pickup point in Who, with the amount of frequency they got in Who, it would work. But I've not had any joy with that. All we can keep doing is keep on the government want people to get on buses, use public transport, keep on to the MPs, look when we're doing planning big housing numbers. See, when we looked before at Chatham, we were talking about putting real-time information boards in the houses, but that housing never went ahead. But that's the sort of things we need to do. We are stuck a bit. I mean, down at Crawley, where you've got the Fastway and things like that, we haven't got the infrastructure here to put that sort of thing in, to put the buses in. But we've got to get everyone on board. It's got to be government, it's got to be bus companies. We do our bit. But I do hear what you're saying.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to come back in. Just a brief comment. I was going to reserve my questions about waste to later in the meeting because colleagues are here and there's a report on that. But one thing you mentioned just now was about the white van use at the public waste disposal sites. I mean, have you got any sort of further thoughts on how that might be working? Presumably be charging them for the service and things like that. Could you just give us a bit more background on how that works?
I've been very keen for a long time to give a facility for small businesses because quite a few of the times, some of the people going to the Bring sites, they've got trailers on the back of their cars. It's probably the dad, the son works on doing repairs on houses. He brings it home, dad puts it in the trailer, where because he can't take his van up only on a certain days. So for quite a while now, I've wanted to charge and work out a price, how much we can charge them, because not everyone can have a skip on every job. So that's the idea behind it. I mean, we hear about, people mention that having a booking system causes fly tipping. Well, when you look at the fly tipping, it's a culture. And it's right across the country, and a lot of the fly tipping we get, it's not the local residents that are doing it, it's people coming down from out the area. So, and if you're of the mindset you're going to fly tip something, you're never going to go to a tip and pay, are you? So, you know, but yeah, I'm very keen to try and organise something for not big commercial waste, but the small vans and things like that.
Councillor Fern.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Not too much to ask you really, Phil, because, you know, any issues come up, as you know, I'll give you a call and we speak about them. But just as it's in the report, 7.3, the mobile speed camera locations, really, I mean, they come and they sit in on the A228 at Cuxton when the road's not dug up, causing major tailbacks. So they come and sit there, and they sit in quite a sort of visible location. Do you or your team have any input in where they go? Could we move them further down the road because where they are is a known location, and people slow down and then they speed up once they're back past the van?
Yeah, we do have. I mean, like we ask them to monitor the top of 4 Elms Hill because we've had people speeding up there and someone got killed and there was a seriously injured child up there. So they go out there quite regular, but we can influence the Kent camera partnership. We can ask them to go to different places. It might take a little while, but they do listen to us. But I didn't think speeding on the A228 with all those roadworks was a big problem there, Matt.
Not half the time, which leads me on to the next part. So I will send you an email about that if that's okay, and perhaps you can, perhaps you or your office can sort of mention that, and perhaps we can sort of rotate the location of where they are. In terms of like the emergency works, absolutely credit to Paul and to Alex. They've been fantastic. My only complaint is any emergency works that come on, it takes for us as councillors or members of the public to complain before the officers are going to visit these sites, and especially on a road like the A228, which is the only route through. It's a vital route. It's over capacity, as we know. I just feel that perhaps the officers need to go and visit these sites sometimes, because as it's been proven on that stretch of road, as you know, they dig it up and they leave it in a state where traffic lights are there for 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and perhaps they don't need to be. You can bring the cones in and you can keep the traffic flowing, and I just think it needs better management. So I don't know if you've got any plan to do that, or what can you do to improve that?
Yeah, we've certainly briefed Paul on this, and Alex is really on the case with this and making it shorter periods that they have these lights on site. We need to get on their case and try and get that. And what I've asked Ruth to do is put something in Medway Matters explaining to residents that when it's utilities and it's emergency, we have no... Right, people go on the website, look on Medway's website, and they see road closures and everything. We have a duty to give them a licence so they can do their repairs. So they all think it's Medway Council have mucked everything up. You know, there was something happening in that road 2 months ago, then the water board got a leak, and they think, well, we should have done that while they were here before doing the gas. So I've asked for something to be put in Medway Matters explaining why, when they go on the website, it looks like it's us, but it's not really, it's emergency work from utilities. But you're right, we need to get on their case and give them shorter periods of time to get this work done.
Great. One more, Chair, if that's okay. Just talking about the household waste recycle centres, I mean, personally, I think the booking system's great. I think it's made some major improvements to certainly Cuxton, Sundridge Hill. You know, as you know, we used to get miles and miles of tailbacks sometimes, accidents, near misses. It was really a bad place, and you know, the booking system has improved that significantly, and it's, you know, it is much better and it's working well. But picking up on your comment about KCC and reading the papers, 41% of Cuxton's usage is through KCC. How's that going to affect Sundridge Hill going forward? How safe does it make the site? It's not a site you're going to look to close or to relocate somewhere else by losing 41% of the sort of waste that you're handling through there.
Very good question. No, that's why I want to look at putting the commercial bit in there so we can we get utilisation out of it. No, we've got no plans in closing the site, but you're right, when the KCC one up Pepper Hill closed, when it went alight, I mean, you couldn't, it was queued up on the motorway trying to get off there. So in some respects, the booking thing has helped reduce the traffic flow, but we will have capacity to look at a bit more commercial.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair. Phil, actually, following on from that last point, we ward members met recently with City Fibre just to go through all that they're doing and everything else, because we'd been under the mistaken impression that certain works was theirs. But they highlighted to us a website called One.network, which showed everybody's repair work if it had been given a licence. So the gas bill, the electricity, everything. And we don't seem to mention it. You just talked about putting something in Medway Matters. I mean, that solved a question straight away on 3 roads that we were looking into, and they were nothing to do with the council. It was all gas networks, because often the signage isn't clear as to who's doing the work. And I know some have got different coloured kind of fencing that they use, but again, if you don't know the key, then you're not going to know who is who. Have we got any plans to kind of make that more known? Because hopefully that would deflect some of the criticism that we get.
That's the reasoning behind putting something into Medway Matters, to explain to people where to look and see it's not us who's doing it, Trevor. So, yeah, I'm sorry I didn't put it across like that, but yeah, that's part of it as well.
Any other member? Councillor Hammers.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for being late. I was stuck in traffic, not in Medway, but coming down from London. I just wanted to praise the dumps. I think they're absolutely excellent. The one that serves Prince's Park in Capstone is brilliant. I'd very much like the people that work there, I call them dump masters, I don't know what their official term is. I think they deserve praise. They've been absolutely excellent. I just had one question for you, which is about where our waste is going in Medway. I'm very pleased to read on page 34, 8.10, that 10,000 tonnes of waste were diverted from landfill, which saved the council £123,000, which was excellent. But then 8.13 says that there's a slight increase in previous year with some of the waste being sent outside the UK. Could you explain why that increase took place, and what is the council strategy on that? Is it the case that we don't mind doing that, or are we trying to reduce that so we can make sure that all of our waste is dealt with in the UK? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that. If you look on the waste report, it gives you a breakdown on the net on one of the items you got tonight about where it goes. Viola deal with the residual waste. We're getting down to virtually nothing going into landfill, which is brilliant. A lot of it is going to waste to energy, but it's all listed in there, exactly where it goes and what we're trying to achieve on the waste report. But we could get the recycling figures up higher if we were to do things different, but the way we collect the waste, it always amazes me that food waste is something like 16 to 20% of the residual waste we pick up, which goes to waste to energy now, or it goes to composting, sorry, the way we put it in the brown bins. But there is ways, and the government have moved the goalpost a bit on how you calculate the recycling, because where the wood and stuff used to go into the brink sites, that's not included in our figures now, I believe. That's right, isn't it? So they have moved the goalpost. So we haven't really dropped on our recycling that much. It's just the government have moved the post a bit. But, yeah.
Thank you. Any other member? Then before I let you go, Phil, I have a couple of my own, as always. Tour requests. Firstly, in terms of Krista's parking policy, can we have that published as soon as possible and put in Medway Matters? Gives residents a huge amount of confusion of where they can actually go and park for free at specific times of Christmas. Secondly, roadworks has been mentioned quite a lot this evening. What I have the issue with my residents is when the traffic lights fail and the traffic's queuing up in all directions, there are no contact details on any of these of like how they get this fixed. So from now on, regardless if it's an emergency or planned, can we ensure that there's contact details there if there are issues? That's two requests. Thirdly, in terms of the booking system for the recycling centres, can we as a committee receive a briefing note, please, on stats on travel? Because you obviously have the information of where these people are travelling from, and I'm only talking about Medway residents, and therefore we need to understand quite clearly, I think, how far people actually travel with their cars to attend one of these recycling centres. And it may well be that we will identify a future site required out on the peninsula and in rural areas to stop them travelling a round trip of 20 or 30 miles to get to a recycling centre. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Christmas parking, we agreed that about 3 weeks ago, so the town centre managers have agreed the dates and everything, so that can go out very soon. Roadworks and traffic lights, I'll make sure you get emergency number to call, because it's not mine, Gary's. I'll get you a different one, but it's Ruth's. And yeah, that's interesting. I'm sure Tash would have the locations of people who where the waste is coming from on the Bring site. So yeah, I'd be interested to see that myself, to be honest. I only see the ones that come outside, the ones from outside of Medway is the only one I'm interested in normally. But yeah, good point.
Part of our carbon reduction. Anyway, thank you very much. I'll hand over to Councillor Fern.
It was far too much for me to remember there. Thank you very much, Phil, for your report and for attendance tonight. Just a few points that I'll just quickly run through. So Stuart agreed to supply you the info for non-scanning of bus passes, and you said that you'd resurrect the strategic town centre plan for him. Parking plan for him, yeah. Councillor Mrs Turpin mentioned the bikeability and other initiatives and schemes, and you said you'd look at the transport team to share information with parents on these initiatives. Okay, Councillor Williams, the feedback on the 4 Elms Hill speeding data. Councillor Edwards expressed the thanks to the parking team over the Rochester train station consultations, if you can pass that back on. And Councillor Lamas, the recognition of the household waste recycle operatives. Great, thank you. And Councillor, and the 3 points from Councillor Etheridge, the advertising the Christmas free parking information as soon as possible, the contact details for traffic works, emergency contact numbers, and a briefing note on the stats for travel to household waste recycled centres. And apologies if I've forgotten any. And the bus changes in matters. Sorry, Councillor Cooper.
Is that seconded? Thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you. Thank you very much, Phil.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members.
Members, we now welcome the attendance of the portfolio holder for planning, economic growth and regulation. You've all had the report, so we'll move straight to questions. Any member? Councillor Cooper.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming to the meeting. I've only skim-read this because I'm a substitute. I'd like to ask you about the Medway Apprenticeship Advice Service and apprenticeships in general. The information is in the report. Can you tell me, were there any special needs young people who got apprenticeships and also any care leavers? Because I'd be interested in finding out about that. And the second question is reference about the taxis. The paragraph there is talking about looking at barriers and opportunities for ULEV uptake by trade in Medway, which will be supported by a remote sensing vehicle, etc., etc. And it says to carry out a comprehensive taxi and private feasibility study. Can you tell me how far have you got with that and who have you spoken to and what were the replies?
Well, good evening, members. It's always a pleasure to be here. The apprenticeship question is such a valid one because apprenticeships cover not only the obvious candidates but also outreaches to other people that need experience in the workplace, and it's been a fundamental part of what we try to achieve in terms of apprentices. Certainly, Councillor Rodney Chambers and myself have frequently monitored what the situation is or how it can be improved. So I think it's a really important question, and I think it's really important that we continue to reach out to young people who have more of a challenge. Let me put it that way. In relation to taxis, now we have meetings with the taxi providers, and we have to talk very honestly to the challenges that have been faced. Now, it's very much about the law, it's about how we can achieve parity and fairness, and those discussions go on. We very much look to the reports from the courts because, as I'm sure you're fully aware, there have been a number of court cases and they haven't really been decisive. So it is something that is ongoing, and as long as it is ongoing, we will have those continuous talks with the taxi providers and with officers and with specialists in that field. It is a challenge.
Can I come back, please, Chair? Yeah, but thank you very much for that information. But could we have a briefing note, if possible, referencing how many young people or with special needs and care leavers have been able to get apprentices? Because I know at corporate parenting we're talking a lot about careers for young people, and I think it would be helpful if we had some figures.
I think that's entirely legitimate to have that information, and it's been noted, and you will have it at the earliest possible available time. These figures do sometimes take a little bit extra time, but you will have that, certainly.
Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a number of areas I'd like to cover with you, and thanks for coming along and for your report this evening. Firstly, in relation to I'll start off with air quality management, if I may, part 5 of the report. Obviously, lots of stuff has been written about this and stuff like that, but my specific question is, in relation to Four Elms Hill and the Air Quality Management Action Plan, it talks about mitigation measures being introduced to reduce pollution. I'm actually not clear what those are, and I'd like to know what sort of mitigation measures you have in mind in order to address the specific issues on Four Elms Hill. So that's one question.
Can I take each question? Because I think you're probably going to spread the load a bit. Where air quality is concerned, it is measuring the pollutants, and which I know you're very well aware of. Now, in doing that, it is also looking how you can mitigate some of those high measures. Now, one of them, certainly with heavy vehicles, which is, of course, I know of concern in relation to the area you're referring to, is speed. That there has to be a speed that is conducive with reducing the pollutants. And I think that's one of the most important areas, and one that we can actually monitor and be comfortable with. The other area is how much heavy traffic is there, and how indeed we could perhaps improve the ability to move the traffic in a better way. Some of the roads are very narrow, and so therefore it causes quite a challenge, not least of all to residents. So there are a number of mitigating areas that we can actually use. Certainly controlling the traffic, certainly controlling the traffic by means of speed. I think that the monitoring has to be continuous, because that is the best way of showing that any mitigation we might use is being successful. There will always be challenges, of course there will, but I think the wrong thing to do would be not to stop the monitoring, not be aware of what the pollution levels are, and to take into account any form of pollution that might be uncontained in the future.
Thank you for that. And I think, I just want to maybe a request. It might be helpful, particularly for the residents there, and in relation to the WHO Development Framework consultation, maybe to have a one-page summary of exactly the mitigation measures that are going to happen in order to reduce pollution on Four Elms Hill. Is that a possibility, perhaps?
Well, I would have hoped that would have been part of the whole process, because it is important. So I'm sure that's noted by officers, and I would have thought it would have been part of the process anyway, because it would be a question that would be very relevant to residents.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And just moving on, if I may, then, I'd like to move on to the local plan, if I may. Obviously, there's a fair amount of work is now going on. The timetable is going to Cabinet, I appreciate that, and everything like that. But I just wondered about sort of the broader picture. It's been so many years now that this plan has not emerged. We've had so many issues. There's been a lot of chaos and confusion from certainly that we've witnessed going on. And I'm just wondering about the level of confidence that you've got in the current leadership of the council being able to produce a plan. And I say that with real deep concern, because it's the most fundamental important document that the council has in terms of regeneration and all the issues. It's affecting everybody's lives. Literally, as we speak, another planning inquiry is about to kick off in Rainham. We've just had the papers come in today, I believe. So there is an issue around the lack of a local plan. We're not seeing it. It's going back to Reg 18 and such like. And I just need to know that the current leadership of the council is in a place to actually deliver a plan. And I'd just like to hear your views on that. Thank you.
I think it is about a general understanding about the process of the local plan, and I have spoken about this consistently. We are an authority that has to follow government requirements in relation to a local plan. Now, I don't know whether, for some years, both at Cabinet and elsewhere, I have repeatedly said I wish the government were more businesslike in the way in which they have conducted the requirements. There have been changes consistently that various government ministers have required us to do. That means we have had to adjust what is being put forward. You asked me, and I will answer you directly, whether this authority and the leadership is capable of dealing with the local plan. Can I say the knowledge that we have in relation to the local plan is exceptional. It is far in advance of many other authorities. And why can I say that with such confidence? Well, it's easy. We have had to face some of the most appalling challenges in relation to getting a local plan together. Many authorities that have put forward a draft local plan have come terribly unstuck. And so every element of drafting a local plan has been not only about the actual authority itself, not just about the officers that have to do this work. We have employed specialists in the field because the cost of a local plan is substantial. There's no getting away from it. And so therefore, we know we have to get it right. So when we get to a certain point, we then go to specialists and ask them, have we behaved in the required standards? Now, there are many authorities right across the country who are having a great deal of difficulties. They've put their local plans forward, or their draft local plans, forgive me, forward, and they have come horribly unstuck, and they've had to start right from the very beginning. Now, we've had announcements recently that the actual housing figures are going to be increased. Now, what does that do to the work that we've been doing? We have to look very seriously at the implications of that. If government says they want another 20,000 houses, we could not argue about finding the required numbers because any local plan would be put back, would be dismissed. So therefore, we're between a rock and a hard place. We're between the government who consistently and over a number of years require us to do X, Y, and Z, and to be able in some form to make it reasonable in terms of what we can do in under, the authorities' action. And don't forget that one of the most important elements of this, once we do get a draft local plan, then it goes out to members of the public for consultation. I'm sorry that's a long answer, but you understand very well the complexities.
I do, and thank you for your... I get the feeling that there are the factors that you're talking about, the X, Y, and Z factors. The implication is that you're not confident at the moment, because that's the impression I got from what you were saying, which worries me a great deal. Can I just move on?
Can I just... You've challenged that. Can I just come back on that? I am not worried about the work that we are doing as an authority. I'm absolutely confident in that. Where I have real misgivings is the government keeps on moving the goalposts. So therefore, there is always that possibility that you would have to make adjustments.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the complaints that we have about this government are on a par, actually. I mean, we've got a lot of problems with this government, so thank you for that. Just moving on, just to say a big thank you, actually, finally, both in relation to the neighbourhood plan process, that is going extremely well. I've had feedback from residents, and they've had a lot of positive comments about the support they've had from the planning team on neighbourhood plans. And there was also mention of the Heritage Action Zone, and it's a project that I'm deeply involved with. And again, a huge amount of support and thanks to the officers involved in that. But that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Can I make a comment about the neighbourhood plan? There has been so much good work done by all parties to build this and make it happen. And the goodwill behind that, the understanding, the working together has been exemplary, and I'm very grateful for all those officers, residents, etc., that have gone into this with a great deal of goodwill. Thank you.
Councillor Stamp.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Chitty, for the report. I wanted to ask in relation to Section 3 planning policy, the local plan, and specifically Chatham
There's
Docks.
a surprise.
I knew you wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, we had a long discussion when you were last held to account this time last year.
Indeed.
And I don't want to kind of go over old ground, as it were. But specifically in relation to the options for compulsory purchase, I think it was at October's full council last year, around a year ago, that you said that you and the council would pursue opportunities for compulsory purchase of the docks. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but you did say you would explore opportunities for compulsory purchase and the viability of that for that particular site. Now, that was around a year ago. I just want to ask what steps both yourself and the wider council have taken to look at those opportunities over the past year, and if you could update the committee on that, I'd be really appreciative.
Thank you for that question. I'm sorry, it was entirely predictable, wasn't it? No, the point about compulsory purchase, and I did push the point very seriously, that if Chatham Docks wanted to get into conversation with Peel Holdings, that's what they should do if they wanted to purchase that. We did look at the financial implications of purchasing either Chatham Docks or the area adjacent to it. And you're talking telephone numbers. It was something completely outside of the ability of this authority to achieve. It was just too expensive. Now, where that situation is at the moment is between Peel Holdings and the operators of Chatham Docks. So therefore, it is a commercial decision, and you will remember very much that I was pushing this point. This is a commercial decision that is outside of this authority control. You asked me to do that, to get those figures, but totally unable. It's just not affordable.
If I may just follow up on that.
Of course.
The interpretation of that is that it feels to me that the council hasn't seriously considered that as an option. It looked at the figures. Possibly those figures haven't been revealed by anyone from the council as far as I'm aware. And I do understand that the representatives of the Association of Chatham Docks Commercial Operators has written to the council not once but twice regarding this particular point, and not received a response from either the chief executive or the leader in relation to the Chatham Docks site and the options for compulsory purchase. Now, if the council were willing to enter into proper dialogue with those businesses down at the docks, then I feel that that option could be a realistic and viable option for the site and the long-term safeguarding of the industry and the jobs that are there. So my appeal really would be that the council could and should enter into much more meaningful dialogue with those businesses to look at that particular option. And just saying that it's a commercial decision and it's nothing to do with the council, I think is a real dereliction of duty.
That might well be your feelings, but it's the reality. I think that when it comes to any proposals, you show me copies of those letters that the proprietors of Chatham Docks have sent, and I will be able to give you an authoritative reply. Until I see that documentation, and I can tell you up to now, there has been no clear proposals by Chatham Docks that I can answer to you. So therefore, I want to see those letters, and I will certainly respond to you immediately once I see that recommendation. The other thing, have they, the users on Chatham Docks, have they made an offer to Peel Holdings to purchase that site? Have they made a, because it's between those two bodies that it would be, that's the way it would be done. Have they made firm offers to Peel Holdings in writing that they wish to purchase Chatham Docks?
I'm not going to extend the debate much longer, but suffice to say, you're the portfolio holder being held to account. We're the ones asking you the questions, not vice versa.
Well, you can be very selective in what you expect me to answer. And I am saying to you, at this moment in time, there is no, we made it very clear as an authority that the expense of purchasing Chatham Docks was completely outside of our ability to do. I am saying that the real decision is between those people in Chatham Docks and Peel Holdings, and that's, they are the decision makers. If we went into a compulsory purchase situation, you are talking huge sums of money, and that would certainly have a really severe impact on people in Medway.
Thank you. Councillor Tranter.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I was fascinated by that little discussion. I will certainly undertake to get some evidence for you that you say doesn't exist. I'll put that to one side. I'm going to stick with the local plan as I may, as a theme. It's about a year ago that we had that infamous full council meeting here when the report didn't come forward. So it's 12 months has gone by. And all the reports at that time spoke about a lack of evidence, which members rightly wanted to see before there could be consensus to support the critically important plan, and which would affect a whole generation of people, as we all know. And so clearly we wanted to see that evidence. We all know that had the consultation gone ahead last year without seeing that evidence, that there could have been no change to the plan. That would not have been possible because the process does not allow the plan to change. So therefore, I think it's reasonable that we wanted to see the evidence before it went ahead. Indeed, I think in the 6th of October last year, Jane, you reported in the press as saying, I feel that at this stage the best course of action would be to complete the full evidence base of the draft plan and to present the full suite of documents once that has been finalised. That's what you said at the time, and I think similar words were echoed by the Chief Executive as well at this council meeting. According to the report that never came forward to this council, the missing information was due within weeks. So I've got three questions. It's probably best I go through all three because they're sort of linked together, okay, and then it'll be easier for you to answer. So my first question is, why did that evidence never appear last October or November of last year, as at that time everyone was expecting it to do so, to be there, for us to then see the complete plan and then presumably debate and send it forward, if necessary, for consultation. But then in January of this year, you commissioned further evidence to support the plan, which presumably, for some reason, you decided that there was information missing or that there was something not quite right. And that's certainly related to the consultants looking at the marine activities on the river and the future of the river, yep, which is referred to in paragraph 3.1.3 in your report. Also, I understand there's been ongoing work on the peninsula and issues with the HIF project. So, you were mentioning earlier, and my second question is this: is the government responsible for the delays that we've had, or is there some other reason? Because I'm not quite sure how the government would have created that problem. Was it because of the government that we went back to the later decision to go back to Regulation 18? So my second question is, why have we gone back to Regulation? Well, what were the delays? Who's responsible for those delays? And therefore, the need to go back to Regulation 18. My third question, which follows on from that and relates to it, is we all received an invitation to a presentation next month from the consultants carrying out that very important research work. I've spoken to some of the companies, some of the bigger companies, not just in the docks, I might add. Two of them said they'd only had a brief conversation with the consultants, just a phone call, and thought it was just an introduction, and were expecting to have much greater input into that consultation work. I was surprised that the first two people I spoke to had said that, because since they were two of the biggest operators on the river, and just having a short phone call, I don't know where these consultants have got their information from, because they felt they had no end of information and data to provide to the consultants that about the future of our river and many, many opportunities. And having actually read the brief that was given to the consultants, they were required to look at future opportunities. I have the documents in front of me here. So that surprises me. I then went on to ask a bit further and found three other important companies on the river have not even been consulted during this process. So I have to say, given the sensitivity around the local plan, I think this will do very little to instill any confidence in the findings. But no one here, as to the best of my knowledge, except for possibly some officers, have seen this report. Please could we be told when the data gathering phase will be completed and when a full detailed report with the evidence will be available for everyone here to see, every single one of us, because this local plan, unless we have data and information, is going to continue to stumble. We need confidence in it, and we all want it to go ahead. We all want it to be a success. They were my three questions. Later on, Chair, if I may, I wanted to ask a question about planning enforcement, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Can I take each question as you presented it? The first question, if you'd like to repeat that.
Yes, sure. Why was it that we didn't have the evidence that was available a year ago? It was predicted to be available at the end of October or November last year. Why was that never presented?
It was delayed because of the decision of members that they wanted to review some of the elements to it. I know you felt very strongly on a couple of issues, and so therefore there's no point in working on a plan when we haven't taken into account some of the issues that have been brought up by members, and so therefore that was perfectly legitimate. The second question?
Yeah, who therefore has been responsible for the delays, bearing in mind we're now a year on and going back to Regulation 18? Are you saying it is the government moving the goalposts that have added this extra delay?
Well, the Regulation 18 relates directly to sites. And so therefore, if you look at the sites and the disputes, it would make it very difficult to take it forward unless you follow the process of the consultation. So the two things are intertwined, and certainly there will be progress in relation to the opportunity to discuss some of these sites, because we have to call for sites again. And so therefore the opportunity is there to revisit those challenges.
Thank you, Chair. I don't need to labour it, but I don't think you've said why we've done all of that. But I do accept that it would seem to be an admission that there were so many flaws that we had to go back to that point with the evidence that was available. That is absolutely clear. My third question, to remind you, was when will we have all of the data for this recent consultation exercise, because I don't think anyone in this room wants to have the difficulty of looking at another proposal and plans with there being a lack of sound evidence to underpin it. And I've only talked about the docks here. We can go, others will, I'm sure, talk about other issues, environmental issues on the peninsula and so on and so forth, but just with that alone. Thank you.
Well, with the greatest respect, we did do the work, we did follow the process, it was challenged. That challenge made it impossible to move forward, so therefore that work will be revisited and the same opportunities will be there.
Chair, if I may say, I don't think anyone challenged it, we just asked for evidence.
Well, if you cannot put it out for public consultation, it is definitely a challenge, because part of the necessity in terms of the local plan is to send it out for consultation. But I mean, there's no point in fighting old battles. We look perhaps to the challenges of the new ones.
I certainly concur with you on that. I think we now need to, using Mr. Harris's phrase, we've got to plan positively for the future.
Yeah.
I think from this exchange, what I'm trying to say is, to avoid any problems, I think every member that I've ever spoken to just wants to see very sound evidence to support every decision. I don't think, actually, although there were concerns, I don't think it was necessarily a challenge. The challenge was to provide to the plan, because we never saw a complete plan. So to be technically correct, we want to see a complete plan with the supporting evidence, and then that will help us make really good decisions about the future of certain land, such as the docks. And by the way, I can categorically say at least one of those businesses are prepared to buy those docks. I'm happy to say that in public at a commercial rate.
And I think it would be very helpful if you use your influence for them to make a financial offer to the appropriate people. I think that is essential.
Yes, indeed. And you're absolutely right. That is very much a commercial decision. And I think you're absolutely right that should be between them. But just for clarity, there is a real desire for those docks to be successful going forward commercially. And I suppose the other part of this is hopefully the consultants that are looking at this will have seen those plans and fully taken them into account in their analysis of what they're doing. So are you able to say when we will have that report?
No, is the honest answer. I don't know what further information they may be seeking, so I can't give you a definitive time. But I would be grateful that you are able to get written evidence for me, because if it's not there, you know, I can't take it as a given. So therefore, any reasonable result from them making a financial declaration to the owners of those ports. The other thing that was very difficult about this situation is that so many of the businesses there were the actual port itself was subletting to all these other businesses which weren't necessarily involved in the river. So there are so many complications. I think that has to be sorted out. So there is a fair assessment by Pill Holdings, giving them the opportunity to make what is perfectly legitimate offer in relation to that area. And I would like to see that. It is not something that is for the council to get involved with at that stage.
Chair, with your indulgence, going to make one more point, if that's okay, because I realise I've hogged quite a lot of time, but I think this is critically important. And I'm quite sure that many members, and I know the general public, have an enormous amount of energy behind that very important employment site. And if we go back 2 or 3 years, there was talk of it not being viable. And I would hope, and I imagine one of the reasons that you commission this extra work is to fully understand the viability and the future of that space as an area of employment. Can you say categorically then, if through this research and other evidence and work that comes forward, that it can be shown that that work, that area, and I'm not talking about commercial decisions of anyone occupying or owning the land, if that space can be shown to be economically viable and in the interest of the future of Medway, is it very likely, therefore, that any plan will not seek to change the designation of that land to mixed use or residential, because that is our gift and not the gift of the landowner?
Well, you're asking me for a question that I can't possibly answer, because it's a commercial decision and it's up to each party to prove their point.
So I'm talking about our decision as a planning authority to look at the evidence and decide whether or not to allow the designation of that land. That's not a decision for any commercial business. It's just like a farmer can't say, well, I'm going to build houses here. Well, we may or may not allow that. We might say, well, no, we just want you to grow vegetables there. That's a planning decision about the use of the land. Presumably, if the evidence is available, it must remain a real possibility that this authority will not agree to the designation change. It must be a possibility, because at some points it's felt like this was almost predetermined and it was going to become, without the evidence, a place for residential development. And I have not seen evidence to accept that, and there is a huge amount of evidence to prove the viability of that space, and in fact also, might I say, to disprove the viability of residential housing on there, bearing in mind many development complications. So I'm just really looking for an assurance. I'm not asking you to know the answer, but to know that both outcomes are a distinct possibility, provided the evidence is there.
What I can say, because I can't preempt any planning application of any sort, nor would I know you would seek for me to do so, any challenges in relation to that land would be part of a planning application and would be considered by the planning authority, which is a separate entity, and so they would make decisions on what was in front of them. I think that there is certainly a very strong case that both sides will go into litigation on this. I think it is inevitable. I would welcome that. Whichever side promotes it, I don't care. But I think this is subject to what will be a very serious, very complex court case. And I'm not going to make any predictions of what we or others should do. I'm sure that you will agree with me that the complexity of this will end up in the courts, and I'm more than happy for that to be the case.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's regarding the leases. That is not a council decision. But I have to say, if the council agreed to change the land designation, it materially affects that court case.
And we could be subject to a court case ourselves, because we would be challenged on the viability, the validity, and the reason that we would be changing that designation. But, you know, this is a complex subject. I'm sure we'll be talking about it over the next year, even longer. It involves two separate entities that will presumably fight it out, and we as an authority, as a planning authority, will have to give evidence, if necessary, as to the designation, what we would need to do to change that designation and the complexities of that. So I think, you know, we can talk about this all night long. I'm quite happy to have a 24-hour discussion with you, rest assured.
Let's do that and involve others as well. It is so important. I'm always happy to talk. Chair, to give my voice a rest and everyone else's ears a rest, I will stop talking. With your indulgence, I may come back with a much easier planning enforcement question later, if you'll allow me. Thank you.
Councillor Lammas.
Thank you, Chair. Much more straightforward question from me. The week commencing the 6th of February 2023 is National Apprenticeships Week. I'm very pleased to read the work that you guys do to support apprenticeships. I think they're an excellent alternative to university and particularly unlock lots of opportunities for women and also many people based in Medway. My question is, does Medway Council plan to host its own apprenticeships fair during Apprenticeships Week 2023? And if it is not intended to do so, can it please do so and do that in conjunction with the local members of Parliament? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'm delighted to say that we do promote the apprentices scheme. We invite companies, businesses to come along, and we also invite apprentices that have had a very positive and useful time being apprentices. And I speak with a good deal of commitment to the apprenticeship scheme. My own granddaughter has been nominated in London as Apprentice of the Year. There are only 8 of them in the short term, and I'm very proud of the fact that she was absolutely committed to the opportunity that she was given as an apprentice. And I think most of the young apprentices that we deal with actually respond wonderfully well and are very grateful for that opportunity. And certainly, apprentices can be at different levels. They can be at different educational requirements. And so therefore, there are no barriers at all. And I'm also proud to say that we as an authority have set the standard of showing that we are absolutely committed to having apprentices within the authority. So the answer is yes and yes.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back on, I hope I'm not interrupting the process. Thank you for allowing me to come back in. I've just got a concern about the answer that we've heard from the portfolio holder to Councillor Tranter. I asked the question at the start of my question, that are we confident we can get this through? I'm less confident now, having heard those answers. I'm very concerned that the portfolio holder doesn't really understand the local plan process. If we choose to leave the designation of the docks as employment land, that will go into the draft local plan and then will be considered at the local plan inquiry by the inspector and the process of the plan. I don't know where courts come into this. They can't challenge us over our planning decisions in the courts. I mean, that's just ridiculous. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but I am now less confident that the process is actually properly understood by the leadership of the council. And it would probably be helpful, I'm not suggesting the portfolio comes back in a couple of months' time. What might be useful is if in a couple of months' time, as the process continues, we get an update written report on 2 things. Firstly, the process by which the evidence is being gathered, the detailed evidence, that's how is that going, which Councillor Tranter referred to, but also the actual delivery of the plan. The timetable has now been set. Are we going to be able to keep to that timetable? I think as a committee we need to know that. And it would be great, I'd be grateful if we could have 2 written reports, one in relation to the documents that we are currently still waiting to see, if you like, and the other in terms of the process and the timetable and how that's progressing. So that's my request to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Can I draw your attention, I think it's a valid question, to 3.15. The planning service is working with officials and the planning advisory service to help progress the new local plan. You should certainly be in receipt of that progress. There's no challenge to that.
Thank you. I'm saying this committee needs to be, so we all need to be aware of that, but I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Turpin.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for this report this evening. If we're doing predictable questions, you can probably guess what mine relates to, and it's the WHO Development Framework. Now, there are key decisions that have been taken by Cabinet and full Council that have not been carried through ahead of the WHO Development Framework consultation. Now, we had a long meeting on this very subject at this committee, and then a special meeting of the full Council. But what I don't think has been answered at those meetings as to why that work hasn't been completed. So I'm wondering if that's something you can answer this evening. Thank you.
Can you be more precise as the actual detail of the subject that you're referring to?
Of course, yeah. So there was one of them relates to the sports centre, leisure facilities out at WHO. So a decision was made where officers were going to do some work on sort of costings and what would actually be involved out there. And that was 4 years ago. And then there was also work on Deangate. So when that was closed, there was a decision that we would spend some money, 150,000 up to 150,000 on doing surveys on what could be done then. That hasn't been completed either. So that they're both about 3 to 4 years ago that we instructed that work to go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a clear distinction between the two. We made, as an authority, it was made quite clearly that there was a clear commitment to enhance the leisure facilities. That remains the same. If you want to actually give me a detail where you challenge this is the case, I will be happy to have that conversation with you. But if you put that in writing, because it's crossing a number of borders, and certainly Deangate and the other area you referred to are separate issues, so I'll be delighted to give you an answer in writing if you actually put that to me in writing.
So it's not something you can answer this evening as to why that work's not been carried out? Because it was 3-4 years ago that we made those decisions, either at Cabinet or full Council. I'm just wondering why the work has not been done.
I'll be delighted to address that because it's a matter of how you facilitate one area and to make it possible to do another. And I think that would be any of the hold-ups. But I'll be delighted to take that further on your behalf.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got one comment and 2 questions, if I may, and I'll take them separately. So the comment is just really a welcoming of the decision to appoint a permanent additional tree officer. I know from my own engagement with the service on trees in my ward that need cutting, the backlogs have become a bit of a problem, so I really welcome that step. My first question is on markets, and I notice, I think it's 2.6 in the paper, I notice that the paper's commentary is that the recovery is slow with many traders not returning from the pandemic. And I'm just wondering, is there a strategy to really address this and to grow our markets? Because, I mean, I'm a Rochester East councillor, so I have the most experience with Rochester Farmers Market, and I do think that a lot more could be done in terms of the opening hours or the variety of businesses that they have at that market. And I know that during the pandemic, one of my local businesses approached the council to try and get some more information about how they could get involved, and really didn't hear anything back. And I've obviously got involved, and the situation has now been rectified. But I do want us to be more ambitious about growing our local markets and really involving local businesses. So I'm interested if you have a strategy to grow Medway's markets. And then secondly, we have the income data for, I think, this year in the paper. Can we have income for all of the markets for the last 5 years so we can get an idea of what the trend is in terms of are they growing or are they in decline?
There's a lot of interest in how markets have evolved and how they've actually been restricted by not just COVID, but the financial implications of that. Now, the farmers market is one that we were very, very committed to in Rochester, and it was a way of actually trying to regenerate a market situation there, and that is something that is continuous. We have Gillingham Market, which has been ongoing and hasn't been put into any sort of jeopardy whatsoever. So therefore, there are two very positives there. Strood Market was not viable. It ended up with only 3 stalls there over a long period of time, and it just wasn't viable because the cost to the council was substantial. We had to pay all the lost parking to allow those 3 to continue. And then very, very sadly, one of the very long-term holders who I'd known for 20 years, who sold batteries and watches and that sort of thing, passed away. So there were only 2 left. So therefore you have to take into account the viability. What we did at that time was offer pitches to those 2 stalls to go to yet another market. But you have no absolute guarantee that we are totally committed to the farmers market in Rochester, because it allows local people to take their local produce and actually take it to the market. And very popular it is too. I see you've got another note, so...
No, I mean, it sounds like you don't have one document that is saying, look, markets aren't performing as well because of the pandemic. This is the strategy.
There is a clear strategy, but you can't have one document that actually oversees the whole of Medway, because each area, as I've defined to you, has different offers. Rochester has the farmers market. Gillingham has a varied and very active market.
Yeah, okay. I think maybe there's a difference of opinion. I think that you could have a strategic document that recognised the differences with all of the various markets that are in Medway and had distinct plans for how to grow them based on demography or population or what was already there. So, I mean, I think it's disappointing that we don't have a single document where we're trying to grow the markets.
We have had, and it has been ongoing, strategies on markets, and certainly I would ask the officers to perhaps forward those documents. I know it goes back a little way, but it will give you a much further and much better educated insight as to where we were and where we're going.
Yeah, well, I would welcome being sent that, but I do think we should have a post-pandemic strategy. And can I just also get a commitment? Can we have the 5 years of income data for all of the markets?
You sure you want that? Because it's very low. It's not a huge sum of money, so I think it might tax the argument whether they're viable or not.
Yeah, well, I think it's helpful for us to know whether we need to be doing things to grow them or whether they're kind of rumbling on okay as it is. I think that data is quite important.
Well, that I'm sure officers have picked up that particular question, and you will obviously copy me into the information that you're sending out.
Thank you. And then just a final area I wanted to cover, which isn't really addressed in the paper, Innovation Park Medway. I think we're having a future paper come to the committee, but I am quite interested, as obviously the portfolio holder, for you to really give us your assessment of how the development of IPM is going. It is a kind of flagship program, so I do think it's appropriate for us to be discussing it in this committee meeting. And I'm specifically interested as well in how many businesses that you've got signed up based on the remit that you've set for businesses that are going to be hopefully there. I I understand that it's a remit that's mostly focused on research and development businesses. So how many have we got signed up, and as a proportion of the kind of total occupancy that you could have?
This is absolutely fundamental to the growth of employment within Medway. It is offering not just high-tech, but engineering, investment, and the opportunity to have a much wider span in relation to employment. And I think everybody is on board for that. Now, you will be aware that there is certain confidentiality about negotiations with the authority and with prospective tenants there. I am not I can't say I'm not permitted, but why these confidential discussions are taking place, it is not my part to know those companies. It has to be part of the overall management of that site. When a company comes forward and signs on the dotted line, then I will shout it from the rooftops. But until such time as that, until that commitment, that has been achieved and the necessary documentation, then I will be happy to shout that from the rooftops. But all the time, these negotiations, they are of a confidential nature.
Yeah, I completely understand that, and I wouldn't expect you to give any names. What I'm just interested in is how many businesses and how much is a percentage of the occupancy that you could have there that you've reached through signed agreements. So, you know, the total number of the businesses and then as a proportion of the total occupancy.
Yeah, but at the moment we're not in a position to give that information. But
is that because you haven't signed any contracts?
Sorry?
Or is that because you haven't signed any contracts?
There are no contracts that have been signed, to the best of my knowledge, at this moment in time. What I can say is a number of companies have made very firm commitments that they wish to be part of that development. Now, if you'll forgive me, I'll go back a few years. The Innovation Centre met with a lot of resistance, but it was something that I took a lot of criticism for and was happy to do so. But that has been very successful, and it's been successful because it's been adaptable. All the other innovation centres at the time have fallen by the wayside, but because we could adapt and adjust to circumstances, there are some very successful companies in there, and the same commitment, as far as we are able to be confident in, the same thing is happening on the new site. And as I say, more than happy, as soon as contracts are signed, that will be notified. Until such times, it's highly confidential.
Okay, thank you. Just one final question, if I could. I mean, you talked about adaptability and that you're kind of taking that approach forward with Innovation Park Medway. That adaptability, is any of that in response to, say, the increases to labour costs or material costs, or in adapting, are you changing any of the risks that the council is taking on in pursuing that project?
No, I mean, the risk factor is viewed right at the very beginning, and what we need as an authority to do to avoid falling into that risk analysis, which would be, if you like, an admission of failure. So therefore, those people that are interested in that site will be taken into serious consideration, and whether they fall into the overall requirements of creating jobs, creating the right type of job, and being flexible to widen the opportunities. And can I just say something else, because it's very relevant to the discussions that we're having this evening. I was a very new councillor, and you will hear members talking about this when the dockyard closed. But it wasn't just the dockyard. It was BP oil refinery and it was metal box. Now, BP oil refinery was one of the best payers of salaries that we had. And it was very clear that we had to make sure that over a period of time, we could provide the type of jobs that would pay those sorts of salaries. Now, the unemployment figure then was approaching 27% of the adult working population. And I have to say that over this period of time, we have created what is fundamental to an active economic area is a mixed economy. And that mixed economy has been really successful. It is going to be even more successful with the opportunities that we've talked about earlier. And it is fundamental to those youngsters who are learning various different skills, that they will have the opportunity to stay in Medway and work in Medway. And certainly the existing businesses are committed not only to their businesses but encouraging others, and they work across the field in achieving that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think it would be helpful if we could at some stage get a little bit more information to the committee about what the occupancy rates are when they are signed. I think it's a great idea. I completely support the kind of jobs it will create. What I'm wanting to avoid is a situation where the council is spending a lot of time and money, building something that might be a bit of a white elephant. So I think assurance that what you're delivering is something that local businesses want, and coming on board for would be really welcome at the appropriate point once you have got signatures.
Well, there's absolutely no disgrace in those questions, and certainly I want to make sure you understand the commitment to high quality employment and high quality businesses, and certainly that's an ambition that will be carried forward. So you're absolutely right. I agree with you. So there you go.
Thank you. Councillor Rupert Turpin, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, thank you for coming on. Thank you for your report. And can I start with something positive to thank your officers? So the neighbourhood plans, I've heard good things about them, that the officers are working very well on these neighbourhood plans, and things are, and the people that are involved in them, and they're quite rigorous themselves. They've got lots of consultations, etc., going on, and they are pleased with the help that they're getting from Dave and his team. So thank you, Dave. Can you pass that on to your team? I wish I could say the same about the local plan, and I hope that as we go back at one stage in order to move forward, that we can do a really good job of bringing all the members along with us, and you will be instrumental in that. The last one, if I could just sort of go back, one of the things that alerted me to the problems with it was that there were 10,000 homes that were missing from the target, and we didn't know where those homes were planned to be. And I didn't think that was acceptable for members of the public or for members to be making a decision to pass a local plan at a very late stage where we had no idea where 10,000 of those homes were going. And I still haven't managed to achieve that. We've asked in the past for when there's a call for sites that the SLA is produced, that this is listed to help members in terms of they can look up where their wards are affected. And we received an answer from you last year that would be the case, and nothing's happened since then to ameliorate that situation. So it would be good to help us as members if some of these big documents could be made easier to digest because we represent certain wards. So if we can have it, then we could go through without fear of missing out something which is in our ward. And I'm really glad that we are going back to Regulation 18. It's not because of the delay, because I don't think that I'm not pleased about the delay, but because it gives a chance to revisit some of those decisions. I was completely shocked at the East Hill planning inspector when he came, that because in the SLA those sites had been given 4 crosses for unsustainability. So I was expecting there to be absolutely no success at that. But I read the inspector's detailed report, and obviously it goes into it in a lot more detail than ever before. And it seems that all 4 of those have been overturned for sustainability. So it does mean that we do need to reappraise the development potential so that we do know that this call for sites is going to be working properly. So as we move forward, we haven't been allowed to talk about the local plan for a year, which has been quite difficult. It'd be nice if we were involved in actually being able to discuss it. I know that's not all your decision, but we would really like to be able to do that. And so I suppose what I'm saying is that we do really need that evidence base. I'm just following up on the point that Councillor Tranter raised, but just to say, I don't know if you're aware, but I am taking a case to the Information Commissioner. He's accepted my case because I've asked so many times for the evidence base, and I don't think it's fair on the local people that things are being done to them without the evidence being available, especially when we're bringing forward things like the WHO development framework, and they really do, and that is the most sensitive area of Medway, so they really do need to know that transport assessment to see whether the road network can cope with an extra 10,500 homes.
I think that a number of your comments are perhaps a tad unfair, and certainly need backing up with firm recommendations that you've referred to. Now, first of all, and I'm saying this because I feel terribly sorry for the whole of my team of officers working on the local plan. I was absolutely insistent that presentations were given to all members, regardless of political affiliation, that those same presentations were given. I lost count of how many times officers gave those presentations. Now, at one stage, when you were a member of the cabinet, you had every opportunity, if you didn't understand what was being put forward, to challenge that and to get the information that you required. Not once did you do that, only after you had left the cabinet. Now, the reason I'm being quite forthright in this is because there is quite clearly a process laid out by government. We have to address that process. Now, I will take an educated guess that when we call for sites, the same sites are going to be put forward. And there is your opportunity to go back to square one. But at no time was there any embargo on information that was relevant to these housing numbers. Now, certainly if you don't want housing on one area, it then has to go to another area. And I don't want to get into a long debate about this because we have done it time and time again.
We can't have a consultation going out where 10,000 homes are not referred to, so people don't know where they're going. That's a very large percentage.
You can't have a consultation unless you do. The consultation is about the requirements under a draft local plan. I know you've had a great deal of difficulty in addressing some of these issues, but rather than
Well, you've had a great deal of difficulty in addressing them because you still haven't produced the evidence.
Well,
We're waiting on you, not you waiting on us.
Well, you know, that's... the evidence is there, the evidence will be there. If we are having to go out to consultation yet again, the evidence will be available.
So you're committing to produce the evidence?
The evidence has to be under the draft local plan. If we don't produce the evidence, then you cannot take a draft local plan forward. Simple as that.
So all those times you've blamed people for not doing the consultation, you're now admitting that it was because it was incomplete and you didn't do it.
No. Look, you're defining this in a way which is not correct. After 40 years of presenting myself to members, I don't want this to finish on a sour note. And I will be quite happy to have a private meeting with you and with the officers where you feel aggrieved. And I think that is the right way of doing it.
Okay. Well, can I just move on to something else? The section 106, 3.2.4, I think just as some of the other members have said, some of these points are, it's very low on detail, but we are getting a bit concerned about the section 106 situation because a lot of developers are coming in and saying we can't afford it and they're asking for dispensations not to pay it. So we've agreed 8 million there, but we don't know how much of that we're going to actually get. So that's just to say, looking at things such as what happened at planning last week, it is very concerning that word seems to be getting out amongst the developers that you don't really have to pay this section 106, especially if it's a brownfield site. So is this 8 million far too optimistic when we've got this agreement? Because it seems to be something which is happening time and time again, that people are coming back and saying we can't afford this now. And so the 8 million is highly optimistic. So can we do a little bit more detailed work on that, on what the issue is here?
106 is very clearly defined. It is identified at the planning committee that a fixed figure for 106 to support a development that is being brought forward. Now, that 106 is not available to spend until that development is completed. Once the development is completed, that means the 106 becomes available. You cannot use a 106 that has been identified under one planning approval to transport it to another development. That is not what is under the rules of a 106.
But isn't it the case that some people have promised a 106 and then come back and say we can't afford it, it's not viable?
The viability question usually relates to the number of development that they want to put on. For example, 4 seems to be that key number that addresses people's thinking. But no, it is the planning committee will identify that 106, and if there would appear to be some misuse of that, it should go back to the planning committee, where you can identify it.
Yeah, I think that they are having issues with it at the planning committee. So it's just I just wonder if it's becoming built into the system that, that developers are thinking, yeah, you can promise it up front.
At the moment, 106 is very clear indeed. And I know various different government administrations have talked about changing 106 and to put it into a general fund. But this would disadvantage areas that are having a development and need work to be done.
Okay.
Councillor Hubbard, you will be the last one on this, and then I shall...
Please ask me about economic development, because it's so important.
Excellent. Right, okay, so I've known you since 91, and I asked Phil a similar question, and you've had far more years of experience than Phil or myself.
Very tactful way of putting it. I thank you for that.
Okay, so imagine you're writing a letter and put it in an envelope to the incoming portfolio holder, which will take over your role when you leave the council. What advice would you give to the new portfolio holder to improve upon your performance?
Well, that's working on the assumption that we're criticising the performance that we're doing at the moment. And of course, you would not expect me to accept that premise. But what I would say, I can only tell you what I did. And the one thing that you have to do is to be knowledgeable. You have to do your homework. Now, when I first received the portfolio, which is a very varied one, a very big one on this authority, I asked one of the then senior officers, and I said, look, where do I start with this? What is it that is important that I know? And he quite unashamedly said, you need to read Planning Policy 3, Planning Policy 11. You need to read all the guidance coming out of government. You need to understand what that guidance means and how it actually affects the authority. And for 18 months, I had to work extremely hard to read the relevant documents. And it became very, very clear that from that point, and government documents aren't always easy, but it became clear that that was the start of a process that had to be continued throughout my tenure as a portfolio holder. I do notice that sometimes members just read a snippet of a report which doesn't actually tell the whole picture. So therefore, I think everybody has to work extremely hard understanding and researching the work they would do. And I give a warning that many a night I was up till 3 o'clock in the morning doing just that. And I would certainly recommend that whoever takes over from me, I wish them the very best of luck, but do your research work. Sorry?
My apologies. I did promise Councillor Tranter that he would come back at the end. He will be the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will be mercifully very quick, and they're very simple questions or comments here. One is I'd like to second Councillor Curry's earlier request to see the full reports from ACOM and indeed any other local plan evidence as soon as it becomes available, and to be given the anticipated dates. We will know those dates because, having spent most of my career as a consultant, I know that they know when the end date is, so that must be attainable, so that we can have that information, if that would be good. In terms of the markets, Councillor Edwards raised some good points. I'd just mention the market not run by the council is the Rochester Artisan and Vintage Market, which sells out almost every time that it goes, and every penny of profit from that goes straight into the local area. They're a very slick and professional team now. It's a model possibly worth thinking about elsewhere. It doesn't all have to be run by the council, and I'm sure they would also, well, they already do work with the council very closely, and there's a great relationship there. So there are other ways of taking that forward, which doesn't have to be always council run. There's nothing wrong with that, provided it's done safely, etc., etc. That was just 2 comments. The question really is, actually this is in support of Dave Harris and his team who work incredibly hard, there's a lot of enforcement cases at the moment. You mentioned 2 sensitive ones.
Yeah.
One of those is in my ward. and I know where the other one is as well. It wouldn't be appropriate to talk about them, but they caused a great deal of local anxiety, the fact that it has been taking so long, and there are many smaller enforcement cases. My general concern is around what are we doing to look at additional resources to help Mr. Harris and his team to deal with these cases which cause so much grief to so many people around the borough. I know there's a recruitment problem, but this particular one is, I think, very, very critical, in fact, across the whole of planning. I don't know if you've got any comments on recruitment or what extra work is being done to help in that particular field. Okay.
I would certainly implore every member of this Overview and Scrutiny Committee to commit to finding the funding to get the officers that are required to do this work, because that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. I'm noticing that one of the officers is getting a bit fearful of these remarks, but you need the staff to do the work. Enforcement is such a challenge, and you need the staff to be able to do it. You can't do it with just a couple of officers. You need more than that. So if you are committed, then you should make that recommendation to seeking to find the funding to be able to do that. If you can't find the funding, we can't have the number of officers that we need. So perhaps you can use that as a piece of work to carry on into next year.
Well, I think it's more complicated than just the funding, but I was looking to you as the portfolio holder and looking after the budgets to respond. But I've made my point. I think there's a big issue there, and I think it's not easy. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone here, but I think it is really,
I'm taking that question absolutely seriously. And what is the thing that is holding us back more than anything else? It is being able, within the budgets, to be able to fund more enforcement officers. Simple as that. Oh, look, rest assured, when it comes to discussing budgets, I fight very, very hard for filling the post that we need filling, that are important to residents. I've done that for a long time.
Thank you very much for your indulgence, Chair, although I'm not a member of this committee. Would you agree, Councillor Chitty, that it's not only local issues that are hampering enforcement, it's also the fact that we can't get national inspectors to do their job, to come down to us, especially as the officers will know about our particular case that we are fighting for our residents. We can't get anybody yet to come down and actually look at it, to go through it, so that we can do the enforcement that is needed.
If I had the ability to give out gold stars, I'd certainly give out a gold star for those comments. Absolutely right. And many of the challenges that we get aren't challenges that are created locally. They're challenges that are created nationally. And I've given a number of examples at various meetings on that. So you're absolutely right. I totally agree.
Thank you. That's going to be the end of this debate, except for my good self. I'm going to come back to the air quality management areas on page 58. And I'm really concerned with the very last sentence in that first paragraph of 5.3.1, where it states, the action plan went to overview and scrutiny and cabinet in August 2022 and was approved. Well, that plan came before us, this scrutiny committee. And to be honest, we didn't agree with it. We actually ripped it apart because it was absolutely appalling. We made some recommendations that went back to you and to Cabinet that you approved, but not one of those recommendations have you mentioned tonight, All we've done is talked about fast traffic, which was not part of those recommendations at all. In fact, if you look at, on the Council Plan Performance Monitoring Report on page 120, it actually reports there very clearly that what went on, stating that the air quality of the 4 Elms Hill is not going to be improved for over 10 years, because we're looking at electric vehicles being part of lost my words now, but part of the result in resolving that issue. There were a number of recommendations that went back, and you've not mentioned one. Perhaps you'd like to tell us why.
Can I specifically focus on your questions on 4 Elms Hill? Now, that recommendation referred to the end output of 0 in a much longer period of time. Now, we can't hide behind anything in relation to air purity and air quality. We can't hide. We have to factually, and you will be aware of this, we have to factually take readings on a number of areas. 4 Elms Hill is one of them, and that is available to all members that are seeking that. We have, and this is sort of cross-fertilisation with Councillor Doe, who is working on the climate change issues. And we have to fulfil those obligations. Now,
I'm going to stop you there, Councillor Chizzy, because that's not the answer to the question I just asked. That's something you're repeating from earlier on. So I'm going to continue on in the fact that in September of 2021, through Cabinet, you were to present the draft Regulation 19 local plan the following month to full council for debate. However, just before that full council meeting, you withdrew it. And you stated very clearly in full council that you withdrew it due to a lack of documentation relating to the local plan. There was no challenge, which you've repeatedly stated this evening. There was no challenge, it's what you did. In this meeting, in October of the same year, you stated quite categorically that you withdrew the plan because there were documents that are incomplete. And during that scrutiny process, we identified 5 documents at least that were incomplete. And you stated quite clearly that they would be available shortly. Now, we know that in 2022, January and February, further work was done. No documents coming forward. In fact, during the Cabinet meeting in July of this year, which once again you are heading of a housing delivery test action plan, it was identified yet again under item 3.3, a technical evidence base was required, including those previously identified missing documents that were still being developed. And then it was after that that we had the announcement that we're going back to Regulation 18. Once again, no challenge from any member. That's what you and the Cabinet did. No challenge from anybody else. Now, since you were last here before this committee in October 2021, it's been identified that from 2014, you have spent over £1.25 million on consultants to assist in developing a draft local plan. So I'm not asking for these questions tonight. Democratic Services will write these down, but we're certainly expecting them back to this committee before full council in November. So they are, who were these consultants and what were their expertise? In what year were they hired? And what work was put out to tender, and exactly what areas of the local plan were they directed to? From their services, how was the draft local plan enhanced, ensuring compliance with government regulations? Finally, you have stated on numerous occasions that consecutive governments have made changes to the local plan process. So we would also like to know, can you tell us in which years those changes were made to the local plan process? Can you tell us the overall effect specifically on what part of our local plan process? And finally, considering the amount of time that has passed since 2014 to date, the number of man-hours by both council staff and consultants, why wasn't the draft local plan robust enough to weather a few minor changes in its production? And that's something this committee wishes to have before the full council in November. I have a couple of statements to make, which I'm not asking for any comment from you or any other member here, but you've referred a number of times to presentations that we've all had. Sorry, we've had presentations. Maybe as cabinet members you got more information, but I can assure you that across the chamber from both sides, none of us ever had the opportunity to challenge or review or actually question those presentations at any other time. You've also stated quite clearly tonight in terms of complex and commercial issues within a certain area of Medway. You said very clearly that there was an issue that was outside of Medway Council, and it was a court case and everything else. So once again, why did this council, primarily you, preempt that decision by changing the designation of that site in the draft local plan in September of last year? So I'm not asking for an answer now, because I think you need the opportunity to go away and think about it and come back. Besides that, I'm now going to hand over to the Vice Chairman. Thank you.
I think it would be very useful if you copy that statement into me with the requirements that you are seeking in its entirety.
Thank you, Jane, for your report and for your time this evening, answering the questions and coming along. There are a few points. I'm not going to repeat Councillor Etheridge's ones because I haven't written them all down because there was too many and he was too fast for me, so we'll let John pick that up. Councillor Cooper requested the briefing note for a number of apprenticeships taken up by special educational needs children and care leavers. Councillor Curry asked for which you agreed to, the summary of the mitigations on Four Elms Hill. Councillor Curry and Councillor Rupert Turpin recognise the sort of appreciation of the good work your officers have done with the neighbourhood plans and the Heritage Action Plan. So if you could pass on that, our appreciation and support for that. Also, Councillor Curry requested 2 briefing notes on the local plan, the progress timetable, documents, and an update on the documents that are outstanding. Councillor Edwards requested the information for the markets for the last 5 years, and also to be supplied with, well, for the whole committee, supplied any information on occupancy rates at the IPM as and when possible. Councillor Chissy, you offered as well, yourself, that officers would forward it to committee members, the strategy, council strategy on markets, and obviously Councillor Etheridge's points as well, and I think that is it. Councillor, do you want to?
Yeah, my question was unanswered this evening, so I have written to Councillor Chitty, so if the answer could be circulated to the whole committee, please.
I've asked.
And did you include in that the ACOM? Yeah, thank you.
Is that seconded? Thank you. Is that agreed? Agenda item 7. And we have Andy and Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, councillors. We presented tonight the annual review of the authority's waste contracts. The report before you encompasses the Veolia annual service report, Medway North's collection and street cleaning report, North's annual HWRC service report, details of the national indicator calculations and a summary of the performances against those national indicators. It provides a commentary on the budgets and the policy framework, along with an overview of our contractual arrangements. The service is delivered by a committee team of officers and also equally committed partners. It's an immensely complicated range of services, which is reflected in the detail in the report. The document that we produced provides a statement between the dates operated, and I present it to you.
Thank you. Any member? Councillor Lammers.
Thank you very much. 2 very quick questions. First of all, comment though, I think overall it's very, very good. First question is, you record needle and syringe removals. I wondered if you had any data on the collection of nitrous oxide canisters This is something that I speak to Kent Police about a lot. It's known locally as hippie crack, which kids are getting high on. It can cause serious damage. Someone must collect them. So seeing as you record specifically needles and syringes, I just didn't know if you had any particular data on those kind of objects. Second question was about what I term, maybe inaccurately, deep street cleansing. The Lawswood and Walderslade Community Litter Picking Group, led by Mary, who lives in my ward of Princes Park, do a fantastic job going really quite far into overgrown areas just slightly beyond the curbside, and the volume of litter they extract and bulky waste sometimes as well is extraordinary. And they're greatly appreciative of the council support in collecting that waste. But is that a service that is currently contracted for by Medway Council and delivered by Medway North or Viola, where that actually goes on an ongoing basis to remove this almost like historic embedded litter? And if it's not, is that a service provision that can be explored? Because it does exist all over Medway, and it does have an environmental impact as well as an impact on people when they view the street scene. Thank you.
The issue of nitrous oxide is an emergent issue, and it's something that is recognised by those that are cleaning up. It's becoming more and more prevalent, and it's something that we could consider collating, not just for the purposes of this, but also to do with antisocial behaviour, to give us some indicators there. In terms of the Green Spaces contract, which we're verging into, the litter picks tend to take place when the area is mowed. And probably what we're seeing there is indicative that something we need to be a bit more refined about is that beyond that mowing point, about taking some ownership, we do have an engagement team who, as you say, work extremely hard with the community to do those community litter picks. So, yeah, maybe something for us to consider. Is there anything else you'd add, Andy?
Yeah, I'd just add on the litter in those areas, it certainly isn't within the contract at this point of time. We do recognise it, and it does cause us. I don't think you're talking about the verge work. You're talking about into the edge of the woods and other overgrowth, because that's where most of the community groups tend to be cleansing and pulling material out. But I do think it's something that we acknowledge, and certainly are offering the service of the collection. How we tackle that with employed staff is a matter of funding. So that is for one we can take away. The nitrogen or the gas bottles is something that we actually spoke about today, interestingly, because we recognise that in our own report that we're not recording that. And actually, whilst we say on one area we're doing a job, we know, and that's across the broader Norths picture. That's not necessarily just sitting. It does go into the green spaces. Actually predominantly more into green spaces, but also into the public toilets and other areas where we have those bottles all over the place. So recognise, I think we do need to do something about reporting it. Yeah.
Thank you for those answers. I would be greatly appreciative if they could be recorded, because one thing that Kent Police struggle with is the evidence base, because it's very unlikely that a police officer will ever attend empty canisters on the street floor. They never do. So there has a lack of evidence base. And I have seen evidence from elsewhere where, kids that start on this nitrogen oxide, they think it's acceptable, start taking recreational drugs, and move on to marijuana, that's the gateway drug, and then they start a negative spiral. So any data you could get on that, as you do pick it up anyway, I would be greatly appreciative. And I would be grateful if the council could explore contracting some of these deep cleansing works. I'm not saying they need to be done everywhere, but every colleague will know in their communities where there are this sort of deep embedded litter that's sometimes very old. I know in my ward we have litter that's from Safeways, that's many years ago, and it does need to be cleansed at some point. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Tranter.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to be brief because my general attitude, if something's not broke, don't try and fix it. So I'm very grateful for the report and that it's come to this committee again. And I just again wanted to repeat, my earlier comments. I'm grateful and this is always a difficult area and of keeping areas clean. But I have always found, especially Medway North, to be very responsive when there have been issues. Certainly in my ward, whether it's on streets or, as my colleague here has mentioned, if there's a deep clean needed, Sometimes it's done within a few days, you know, a couple of days of mentioning it. And you know, I know everything's tight and budgets are tight and recruitment, which you talked about earlier, is difficult as well, and so on and so forth. So for me, I don't want to touch anything. I'm sure there's always areas to improve. So I just want to say thank you and commend everyone for the great work that you're doing in this area. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I'll reiterate the comments from my colleagues there about the quality of these reports. It's really good to see this kind of level of detail. In fact, there's an awful lot of detail, and you have mentioned that we can write to you with more questions, because I think this meeting might go on all night if we did too much. I've got a few points I'd like to pick on, and the first one, I mean, I think the standout problem is the recycling rate falling. And I mean, Mason, I think, is 51%. The national average is just under 50%, and we're down to 40%. That's a real concern. It's probably about education as well as the quality of what's happening with the material. So I'd like some comments on why you feel the rates have dropped and what we're doing about improving things. It'd be good to hear what you've got to say about that. If you want to pick up that now, that'd be good.
Yeah, primarily the inroads that we can make into recycling are in the curbside black bags. And the volume of material that goes in there instead of recycling. So that's primarily about, as Councillor Curry said, education. We've got a really good engagement team that start that right at ground zero with schools, and they encourage children to be the driver for their parents on that front. We do lots of events, and we've got to work extremely hard in encouraging people to be more diligent. If we work out the quantities that are in black bags, that's going to be the yardstick that we're going to make the difference. And we've got to take ownership of that and accept to do it. In terms of technical aspects, there has been some subtle changes in what can go into recycling, purely because of the economics there. And we've lost a couple of percentages, maybe, here and there because of that. But I do agree with you. It is about education, and it is about getting people to use that recycling model that we're offering.
Okay.
If I can just add in, one of the good news stories that is in the report, but perhaps not comes out too clearly, is the fact that Tetra Pak, under the new disposal contracts, we are now able to encourage residents to put the Tetra Paks in. That is one of the big items that often ends up in the black bag at the moment. So that's a change that is very positive and happened this year, but actually probably not made a big enough story about.
Thank you. That's really helpful to know, actually. Brilliant. I mean, obviously, one of the issues, particularly, I mean, a good example is my own ward in Luton, where frankly, the bin collection, there are no clear sacks and there are none of the special bags in Luton Road, hardly at all. I mean, which indicates that actually nobody along Luton Road is really recycling very much. And it's about getting into those HMOs, getting into those small flats and stuff like that. And giving, I think part of the problem is that they don't have the opportunity. I mean, a lot of the reason why, for example, Luton Road gets so much rubbish accumulating is because the people who live there have got nowhere else to put it. I mean, if they're living in one-bedroom flats or if they're living in HMOs with one room only, they literally have nowhere to put it. So finding solutions to those problems, and I'm sure it's repeated in other wards across the area.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. One of the things that we're doing with the team is we're commissioning a piece of work to look at how people in flats and HMOs manage their waste. Now we can best address that, because it is a challenge for them. It's a challenge logistically. It's a challenge with some of those communities educationally wise to do it. So to have a stream of work that does that and addresses the very point that you've done, plus it will be evidence-based.
Well, that's great to hear, thank you. Just moving on to a couple of other issues. On page, hang on a second, 73 of the report, paragraph 382, you've got your curbside collection waste graph. It's gone up, obviously, throughout the pandemic, a lot more people at home. It's now falling. Have you got any idea of how far it might fall back? I suspect it may not fall back as far as it was pre-pandemic. And have we got the collection capacity in place to cope with that? Just generally, everything has gone up now on curbside. Are we ready for that kind of thing?
We certainly have the policy. You are right. It is a pandemic issue. And we did see that people are at home, people have got more time to be more diligent in their waste, and we're seeing a bit of a reaction to that. The ability with the Norse model in working in partnership is we can reflect and we can work very dynamically to meet those needs. Yeah, yes we can. And that gives us the ability to change that and not work to a rigid delivery model. You are right, it's something we're extremely conscious of, and it's about flattening that direction. Now part of that will be done through the engagement process. Part of that will be done not only in the direct engagement, but lots of the comms work that we're doing in Medway Matters and some of the other local publications to try and get people to be a bit more thoughtful about their habit. Anything you'd add, Andy?
Yeah, I'd just add to that. I mean, I think the one thing that changed over the COVID window is home delivery, Amazon and the like. And the guys always report back that is still extremely heavy in terms of what they're picking up. Not that it's heavy, but we've got a lot more packaging than they had historically, which should come out in the recycling figures ultimately somewhere down the line. But I think that's there. The other element that we also kind of see is the I forgot what I was saying now. I mean, no, I think you've touched on it. Yeah. No, it is that additional packaging that's coming out on the street.
Okay, thanks. I'll one more question, and I might want to come back in a little while. The other is around commercial waste. I couldn't really, maybe I'm not reading it in detail enough yet, about recycling of commercial waste from the high street collections and stuff like that, from businesses and stuff. I mean, is there more information on that we can have and perhaps separated out to see how that's working?
That doesn't contain in this report. That's not in the body of this report because this is about household waste. However, I'm sure you can have some input in a more commercial context.
Yeah, so from a contractual point of view, Norse have no involvement in the commercial waste collections from the high streets. What we will say is the blue bag arrival on the high streets and from the markets has been very beneficial in differentiating between what was generally just waste that was in piles and we were picking up and taking away, that was predominantly commercial waste. We are now able to really identify, and with the enforcement officers and working in that partnership model, we're able to tackle some of that waste that should be being paid for disposal by shops or whoever else. So we are bringing down the cost of waste and recycling removal from high streets at the moment.
That's great, thank you. In that respect then, it'd be useful at some point in the sort of process of this committee to see something on commercial, and it's not, I appreciate it's not there, but I'm just making that request to the committee. But I'll stop there for the moment and come back in again in a minute. Thanks very much.
Chair, could I just respond on that? Perhaps we could see it as part of the work that we do with the street scene team and the enforcement people who deal with trade waste and our enforcement activity on that front.
I think you're going to get...
Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was going to ask about the reference made to new avenues of materials. So I guess it is just the Tetra Packs that you're talking about. Would it be helpful, therefore, now that this initiative is coming on stream, to liaise with supermarkets so that they could have something actually in their store to say this is going to be a new recycling initiative and please can people do the recycling. The second point I'd like to make is I'd like to thank some of the Norse operatives who have been working in our wards in a particular area, who have had to come back to this particular place time and time and time again to clean up after residents, children, etc., who have been really making it very difficult for Norse to operate and do what they're supposed to be doing. Councillor Stamp and I will know where we're talking about. It has proved very difficult. They're trying their hardest, but it still keeps going on. So not only do retailers need education? Also, residents need re-educating as well. So any roadshow that you're thinking of doing, I'm sure that we at Hillyfields will be most keen to have something. And on that subject, please could I make a plea again for the 2 bins that have been promised to us at Hillyfields that we still haven't got, which brings me on to what Councillor Lammas was talking about, because we get that kind of litter and that kind of thing going on in our park, and we've had the North guys walking around with us, and we have been promised these 2 extra bins, and we still haven't had them. So please, could we have the bins for Hillyfield, so at least we can do something about that? Thank you.
If I try and follow the points that we need to raise, and correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of the Tetra Packs, I can speak to the engagement team, and as much as we can with national retailers, because sometimes they're very prescriptive, we'll encourage them to put up some material about Tetra Packs. Sometimes they're not permitted to do it in store. In terms of the bins, I've learnt a new word today called binfrastructure. We have a large piece of work going ahead with the team to get on top of the whole topic of bins and to have bin audit and to understand these better. Now, the bins that you're talking about, are they in green spaces? Yeah, yeah. 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 We'll take that up and we'll raise it.
Yeah, I'll definitely take that up. Obviously, that is a green space issue, so I presume it's with the Galinda's team that walked around and looked at those particular bins with you. I'll pick that up and see what I can resolve.
Yeah, and the issue about this area that we keep talking about, will you please say thank you? I can mention the Norse person's name. It's Peter Tidy. I mean, he's been working very hard and trying to do everything that he can, you know, with this particular area, and it's just ongoing, and they're tearing their hair out, metaphorically.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. 3 questions, if I may. One on fly tipping, one on recycling facilities, and one on litter. I'll take them all separately. So the first on fly tipping, so the KPI data, which I think is on page 68, shows the number of reported fly tipping incidents dropping compared to levels in October 2019, which is great. But if you look at the table on page 70, which shows how much fly tipping waste is being picked up over the last decade, that shows an increase in the tonnage collected, up from 283 tonnes in 2011-12 to 739 tonnes over the last year. And that seems a really significant increase that I don't think could just be attributed to any kind of population growth effects. Is it the case that there's more volume due to higher levels of industrial fly tipping, or do we actually have a problem where fly tipping is actually increasing, or maybe a combination of the two, or something I haven't considered? Could you sort of give us an explanation of why that increase would have been so high?
I can give an expected indication as to why it's so high without going back to the team and finding out exactly how that breaks down. But we have had, obviously, incidents over the last year of big industrial, bulky, hardcore tips, which obviously affect that number considerably. When we're going out with 40-yard skips and filling them up with material from roads in Borstal and other places, that is a big volume that will swing that figure very quickly. The other element is we do, with the ERT vehicles we got out, we've got quite a lot of proactive fly tipping being picked up on a daily basis, which reflects in the volume, the weight figures, but doesn't necessarily reflect in the reported fly tips. If we see it and it's picked up from a Norse perspective, not always does it make its way through as a reported fly tip.
Okay, thank you. So my second question, I mean, one of the areas that I'm really looking to improve in my ward is access to recycling facilities, particularly for those who live in flats. And I'm in discussion with some of my local housing associations about how they should be working closer with the council, because I know you have a really proactive team who's really focused on this. But I was interested to note the drop in bulk recycling bins for flats, which is detailed on page 96, where it looks like it's dropped down from 51 in 2019-20 to only 39 over the last 12 months. And again, wondering what is driving that, and do you have a strategy for driving that number back up?
Thank you. As I said, we do have this bespoke bit of work that we're doing to try and better understand the whole issue of flats and HMOs. I think that's important. Part of the issue is that sector is very hard to engage with. And as you said, we've got some really diligent and committed officers. If you can provide me some details, if you've got anything in your area, and if anybody has any individual concerns where we can access that, then we'll certainly respond to it and we can give that commitment. But as you alluded to, it's a very difficult sector to engage with. Hence why this commissioned report to try and better understand how to address it.
Thank you. And that sounds like we'd definitely be interested in the outcomes of that report. Thank you. And then my final question is about litter. So if we look on page 97, it looks like litter in Medway is up 29% over the last decade. And I'm conscious that we passed a motion recently at full council to increase fines for littering up to £2,500, which we in the opposition supported. But I'm interested in what steps the council is taking to publicise the higher fees and to try and catch people who are littering, because based on this data, it looks like it's a growing problem over the last decade. And I'm really interested in what work we're doing to actually tackle that. Thank you.
The council's litter enforcement is done by a company called District Enforcement who do it, and they have between 3 and 6 officers operating in Medway. Generally, each month, we issue between 200 to 250 fixed penalty notices. And it's done in a way that attracts very little negative publicity. It's quite a challenging thing to do. And we are very good. The payment rate on those, I think, is in excess of 70%. Now, part of what I've acknowledged is that we don't. Part of doing enforcement action is to create a deterrent that people realise that this might happen to them. We're going to get some greater access to comms, and we're hoping to produce more material that's going out, and that's going to be over the next 6 months, raising awareness that we're doing this. That not only covers the littering aspect, but it will also cover the fly tipping issue. And one of the things that we're talking about is reflecting what other authorities do, where we almost have a most wanted list of fly tipping issues to not only name and shame people, but also to aid enforcement officers in identifying those that are responsible. So it is a bit of work. We're waiting for that extra comms capacity to come on board imminently in the next few days. So hopefully that will give you some of those aspects that you wanted. I am not wearing this hat, but wearing another hat. I'm proud of the way that we do litter, because in lots of other authorities, it's become an extremely embarrassing topic that leads to a lot of negativity. But the partners that we use deliver it in a very responsible, and they carry out enforcement in quite a, I want to use moral, but they do it in a way that takes people on board with that journey, and they often get lots of support from the people that witness it for their activity.
Thank you.
Councillor Hubbard.
Thank you. One of the great improvements over the last year is the thing that I raised several times, the fact that when the street cleaning was happening, the street cleaners were putting the rubbish into black bags, though it said in green, Medway North, and putting against bins or other locations within the street. And that was not just my ward, other wards as well, but my ward has the bin collection on Friday, and people go, I haven't missed the bin collection. I can put my black sacks, and there'll be piles of black sacks around these other black sacks, and Medway North wouldn't pick them up, maybe until Monday or Tuesday. So with the clear blue plastic bags, that issue has gone away. I don't see black bags going out late because they don't think they've missed. They know they've missed the collection. However, those clear plastic bags still hang around for a long period of time. You know, take the additional bank holiday. It was particularly bad. On the Tuesday, there were split bags because, again, they're left there on the side of the street. It's okay for a day, but when it's a weekend, it's too long. So just saying, doing well, but could be better. But again, it's street cleaning, and I've mentioned this before. You know, my ward is odd. You've got the leafy suburbia where the chair lives. There are not issues with street litter so much outside his house. I'm quite sure Jane picks them up all the time, litter. But if you go elsewhere, the greater the density of housing, the more the litter. And the greater the density of housing, especially terrace housing, you get on-street parking. And there are issues regarding litter. So I know the reports, the performance is really good, but you know, it's where you go and look for the litter. So all I can say is, please, can we look at the concentration areas where we show high housing, lots of streets. And by the way, if you think of it, they actually pay more per metre for the service than leafy parts of suburbia where the chair lives. So yes, that's my main beef. And the other thing is that I'm going to say it over and over again, is that the most heaviest used bit of pavements in my ward are ones that link one pavement to another. One is actually adjacent to the school, adjacent to where I live, of course, and it's always littered. And the street cleaner goes along and cleans diligently either end of the alleyway because it's street, but the alleyway itself, it gets done by a different team at a different time. It's just not good enough. Can't the guy just go down and do that little bit of alleyway? It's the most, footfall is the heaviest footfall of any bit of pavement. Oh, sorry, footpath. It's not a footpath, it is actually Minerva Road, actually. That is a footpath. So, thank you.
Thank you for, I think there was a compliment on the blue bags, which I think it was you'd actually asked for them previously, as you say, at overview scrutiny, and it's taken a while to come in, but they are proving to be a bit of a benefit across Medway because it does stand out. In terms of the non-collection, you mentioned the bank holiday. I presume you're referring to the day of the funeral, which... But
it's just not. It's most Fridays. You can go around and find stuff over a weekend. It was worse that weekend because it was an extra day. Extra day for foxes and cats to get to bags.
No, that's fine. We'll have a look at that. What I was going to go on to say is we're in the process. What was the bin word you gave us? But it was not. We've got two yeah, we've got two projects that we're doing at the moment together. One is around the bins, which will hopefully tackle part of that. The second is actually looking at the street cleansing rounds that are very historic, and the towns have changed, and the footfalls have changed, and the rubbish generation has changed in various places. We're looking at all that at the moment. The crews have, and it's taken, because of COVID, it's taken longer to mobilise with what we use, which a software package called Bartek, and issue our cage drivers and collection crews basically a tablet where they record the work they're doing, but also pick up photo records. So at the moment, or for the last sort of 8 weeks, we've been pulling information in, and we expect to be reviewing that together and actually looking at the target areas of Medway that we need to refocus perhaps the schedules around, which does mean perhaps somebody that's living in a leafy suburb might not see somebody quite so often, but if they don't need it, that also is better allocation of labour. So we're looking at that at the moment.
Councillor, as well, if you do have problems, if you come through to the waste team, they'll liaise with Norse and we'll get somebody out to deal with those issues. But as soon as somebody reports something, something can take place. Remember, we've got the street scene officers that can get involved as well. If refuse is going out early, it's something that we can issue a community protection warning for, and if it persists, a community protection notice. But one of the things maybe over time that we have to recognise is that we have less officers, so we're more reliant on people reporting things.
Councillor Rupert Turpin.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for this report. It's really seems to be coming in a lot more detail these days, so I don't know how you're doing that, but it's really impressive what you're actually, the data you're getting out. So I've just got a few questions to ask. First of all, just what's the future hold in terms of, there's always changes around the waste contract and what the government perhaps specifies, and there's also changes on with yourselves such as using electric vehicles, you know, is the bar tick as far as it goes, or is there more high tech on the way, etc., etc. So I'm impressed by what you're doing with the mattresses as being 93% recycled. You've got the wheel abrator, which I don't know what that is, but sounds good. I've also, on another note, one of the parish councils has actually put out some signs saying "Don't be a tosser," which I thought was quite good, but that's been rejected at the council level. It's probably not dignified enough for the council, but I think it's... No? Well, one of the you better get in touch with the parish council then, because they're doing it. The slogan I thought, which you could have on the side of the van, was "Been there, done that," something like that. So,
in terms of what's looming is we've got the Environment Act, but what we're waiting for, and we've been waiting for a long time, is the guidance that's going to come, which is going to be the prescriptive element, which is going to impact on the way we manage and the way we collect waste. And we're literally waiting for that with bated breaths. Included in terms of the RCVs, the refuse collection vehicles, we have a piece of work looking at the replacement of those. Everything's on the table. We're looking at all of the options. In terms of electric vehicles, yes, that even some of the things we're looking at, hydrogen vehicles. You know, so literally everything's there. What we do have to recognise is in dealing with electric vehicles is the limitations of our infrastructure on our site. So not to overpromise, but that's a piece of work that remains. In terms of the comms advice, I'll send that to comms. That's a bit outside my remit.
Yeah, I think you've summarised that, but I think the one bit that perhaps wants emphasising is the switch that we've made into HVO fuel supply for the RCVs, but as a result into all of the Medway North fleet, so over 150 vehicles that would have been running on diesel and polluting have greatly reduced their carbon impact to the Medway towns, and I mean that is it's a big move that we've made. On the technology, whilst there's loads of it that we can look at and is very expensive, I'm still a firm believer that we need to put more time into our people. It is the people that are on the floor, and all of the alleyways and the bins will only ever be collected by well-trained, pushed individuals. So we need to work with the crews the most.
So it's just to point out the HVO as well. We've done that immediately. That's what we're using now. There was some thought we've brought it forward from next April, and so that's an immediate benefit that we're doing now, and that's our long-term objective.
Thank you. Councillor Curry, do you want to come back in now?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Just a couple of extra points. Firstly, just to mention, following on from Councillor Turpin's joke, I saw Bruce Spring Clean on one of the vans as well, which made me laugh. I don't know whether the driver was called Bruce or not, but it was good. Just to pick up on that side of it, I just wanted to say thank you to the teams involved, the Green Spaces groups and the number of groups who are litter picking around Medway. It just keeps going up and up, actually, and they get absolute brilliant support from the Environment Services team and generally, and obviously all the bags are just removed instantly, almost on, within hours of the litter picks being done, the bags are gone, and it's all really well organised. So just a big thank you for what's being done there. It's really good. In fact, there was a litter pick at Millennium Green in my ward just this afternoon, and it went very well, so it's good. Just one question in relation to the report. On page 118, you've got a pie chart which shows that 11% of the rubbish is going abroad. And obviously that sort of does raise red flags in respect of where is it going and how is it being treated. Are we aware of what the waste stream is doing when it goes overseas? I mean, obviously it can end up on a Turkish beach or something like that if we're not careful. And have we got that covered?
If it's okay, I'll find out some more information. That there'll be a due diligence behind this that reassures you of that. A lot of those decisions are obviously led by the people that we contract with in disposing with these wastes, but we'll happily find out some background information.
Councillor Stamp.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. I'd certainly agree with the comments made earlier in the debate around Medway's recycling rates and the fact that, you know, Maidstone as a neighbouring authority has got a 51% rate compared to Medway's, which is 40%. And clearly there's a lot of reasons for that, and we've discussed some of the potential solutions. But I do think that, you know, that recycling rate having decreased is really disappointing to see. So anything that can be done to increase those rates would be really appreciated. But I've got two very specific points. One is around the household waste recycling centres and the recycling of rigid plastics. So it's great that 2 of the 3 now have that provision, but the Hothway site, as I understand it, still doesn't have any provision for recycling of rigid plastics. I know it's quite a niche question, and that site is quite compact, but that would go a small way to increasing the levels of recycling, because there aren't currently opportunities to recycle plastics at Hothway. So is that being investigated, and can that be rolled out? And then secondly, in relation to the Pier Road depot, I just wanted to thank Norse really for taking on board a lot of the complaints that were being made by residents in relation to noise from that site. There was a noticeable fall in complaints this year, which are, you know, historically in the summer months when people want to have their windows open, etc. But can I just ask whether it's possible for residents to be provided with a single point of contact or a specific reporting mechanism if they do have complaints as we go into the summer next year? Hopefully there won't be any, but in the event that they do have cause to complain, is there a clear reporting mechanism for them? Because it's not always obvious to the members of the public.
Thank you for that, Councillor. In terms of, there are a couple of residents that communicate very well with us, the positives and the negatives, and they have a WhatsApp group with Shelley Stagg, one of my managers. But I wonder whether that is widely known and whether that's actually a representative group from the community. If you've got people and that you would like us to make contact with or give a contact route, happy to look at it, because we want happy neighbours. But yeah, I thought we had everybody coming in through that WhatsApp group.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's certainly a lot of residents living within close proximity to the site. So in the event that they did want to complain, I think it's good that they've got that route, and it's not currently clear. So if there's a WhatsApp group or if there's another way of them contacting Norse to complain directly, then I think that can only be a positive.
No problem. We will pick that up and make sure that's communicated out.
In respect of the rigid plastics, there's no plan just because of the logistics of the space to have it in Hothway, but it's just to put that stream of work in some context. It's something that we did in 2014, but the market for it is very much driven by oil prices in terms of our ability to sell it on. So I'm just mindful of that. We can enable it and it can happen now, but in terms of Hothway, just because of the space that we've got, it's not something, as much as I wish we could, that we could facilitate.
Yeah, that's clearly not the response that I was hoping to hear, but yeah, I appreciate that it's quite a confined site. But if reconfiguration of the site could be looked at, I know it's a relatively small waste stream in the grand scheme of things for a lot of people, but it's nevertheless something that people who do want to recycle, when they are getting rid of old toys for their kids or other household items that are made of plastic, which unfortunately is used far too much in modern design, I do think that it's something that the council and Norse should be looking at.
I think we do need to look at perhaps the offering of the recyclates at the free sites, and there may be a possibility, if we look at the volumes, that we could perhaps reduce one of the offerings at Hopeway and replace a bin, but we need to look at that in terms of, no one's complained that's turned up at the HWRC to us directly of the rigid plastic piece, but I also haven't looked in the compactor in terms of what's going in the general waste, so we need to look at that volume. If it's justifiable, then I'm sure with Tasha we can look at something. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other member? Well, most of my questions have been asked. I've only got one left. Thank you. Great. We've had a huge experience in the Strood, Wainscott Peninsula area. I'm sure you're aware of bulk commercial fly tipping. Now, obviously, as a council on council property, we've dealt with it with your good selves. But those areas that have accumulated a lot of waste on private land, do they come to you either for guidance or for management or to pay you to remove it?
This is kind of wearing my other hat, the regulatory bit of what I'm doing. When the fly tipping occurs on private land, we'll offer advice and assistance, but the liability rests with the landowner. Officers get involved and they'll trawl through the information to find evidence of those responsible, not just for the fly tipping, but in terms of the waste that's there, because you have a duty to dispose of your waste responsibly. So they do get extensively involved. We give guidance as well about minimising waste and obstructing potential sites, whether that's with bunding or with concrete blocks. So we do work with private land owners, but it's primarily their responsibility and their duty. It is, you are right, this last 12 months has been very challenging, and the officers have been very successful in prosecuting them. I think there was a 20-week sentence and a 5-year ban from being involved in the waste sector with a criminal behaviour order. But it's something I think goes hand in hand with this. It's part of that wider waste strategy.
In that case, there being no other questions, I'm going to hand over to the Vice Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Ian, for your report, and Ian and Andy for your attendance tonight and answering questions. And as one of my colleagues said, a very detailed report and some great progress you made there. So just pick up on a few points which you've agreed to. You might not have agreed to all of them, but I've recorded a few. So for Councillor Lamas, for all of us, but the information on the nitrous oxide data collection as things go forward, and further investigation into the deep cleansing and litter removal. I think it was various members recognise the excellent works you and your teams are doing in all areas across the waste collection side. Councillor Curry mentioned the future info on commercial waste data. Perhaps to come forward, Ian, you said that would be okay. Councillor Cooper's points about liaison with supermarkets where possible, promoting good practices and recycling. If you can, we'll do whatever you can to look into that. And the 2 bins for Heathfield Community Park. In response to Councillor Edwards' question about the tackling, what the councils do to tackle litter, you said that, in coming month we'll see steps come into the public domain of, what you're doing and how we're going to improve that. Councillor Hubbard made reference to the bags being left for sort of multiple days, and you agreed that you'd look into what we can do to combat that and try and reduce that. Councillor Rupert Turpin, lovely slogan there he's come up with, so that's great. It's one to remember. When Councillor Curry come back, he mentioned about the report back on the waste going abroad. Feedback, further information on what's happening and what's going there and whatever else. And then Councillor Stamp's points about, if you can, look into future opportunities for recycling of the plastics at Hopeway. and also recognise that you've done well to improve or reduce the number of complaints at the Pier Road depot, and the single point of contact for residents going into next summer if there are any issues. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Trandhill. Thank you. Is that agreed? Excellent. Thank you very much for being here this evening. We now move on to item 8, the Council Plan Performance Monitoring Report. Can I just remind members that anything that's greyed out in that report is not for this committee? Thank you. You've all had the opportunity to read through that, I'm sure, so any member. Councillor Cooper.
You are indulging me tonight, Chairman. Thank you very much. It's page 128 that I'm interested in. Appendix 1. I was very interested in the work that's been happening aimed at teenagers, and especially the Hollyguard vouchers for victims of stalking. Because I brought this up, I believe, we've had this sort of corporate parenting, and I also brought it up at my school, and also with the PCC, Police and Crime Commissioner, Matthew Scott, when he came to talk to us. Now, unfortunately, some young people who have got anxiety, it's not really suitable for these young people because it could make their anxiety worse. So, although it's a very good thing for young people to have, and I know that there's a cost implication there, I was interested in the wording that says vouchers for victims of stalking, Hollyguard vouchers. So my first question is, are Medway Council paying for these vouchers for the victims of stalking? Because Hollyguard does have to be paid for. And the second thing that I would also like to say is the last paragraph referenced the Safety in Action Chatham Dockyard event. It was absolutely excellent. I attended that and spoke to many, many people and many, many stallholders. It was really, really good, and I got lots of information that I was able to take back to various organisations and my school. So I'm just wondering if this is going to carry on, because I think that it needs to, because it was really, really good. And lots of people were there. It was a lovely hot day, which helped. But the amount of stalls that were there in the space, perhaps, it may need to go into a larger space because it was so successful, and I think it needs to be showcased more. So that's really what I would like to say. But the first one, I'd like to know about the Hollyguard, please. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Certainly, the Hollyguard vouchers, they are paid for, and it comes from the Safer Streets funding that the task force have bid for 3 times, actually, and been successful for. So I'll take back any concerns that you have, most definitely. Maybe we could talk separately about that, if that's okay. And definitely thank you for the really good feedback that you've given around the event. We were really proud of it. It went so well. And what we're doing in the task force is we're looking at how can we repeat this in coming years. There was some lessons to be learnt there. I was there as well as yourself. It was a very hot day and very dusty there. And it was amazing amounts of people. I think for the actual dockyard, it was one of the most well-attended events that they've seen in quite a few years, actually. So it was a complete success. A lot of work went into it, but we would love to be able to repeat it again if we can next year and get even more people there. So we'll be looking at that. So thank you very much.
Any other member? Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points. Firstly, just referring on page 127 and the work of the Medway Task Force. Obviously, my own ward gets a couple of mentions, but also they've been working incredibly hard. We've opened a drop-in for parents at Luton Primary now, and the staff have been amazing. I can't praise them enough, to be honest. They've been fantastic. So really good work by the task force. Really welcome. and doing a lot of good stuff. So appreciate that a lot. Just going then down to page 129 and the replacement Medway streetlights. Slightly confused by the dates on that, and I've got a further point as well. It talks the contract applied for revised completion of the 14th of September. And then at the bottom it says, as a result of the March 2023 completion may not be achievable. So just about clarity of when. I know it's nearly finished. It's just about clarity of when that's finished. And one point that has been made by a couple of colleagues and some residents, the lighting is very welcome. I mean, it's directed down. It creates a dark sky above, which is good for the bats and the night flying insects and stuff like that, which is fantastic. And it's obviously very energy efficient. But one or two pockets are created of dark areas where people are feeling a little bit more vulnerable. And I think it's probably something that's been thought of, but it's just been raised, so I thought I'd raise it tonight. Every so often it gets quite dark and people feel a bit more vulnerable walking along streets, just in certain pockets and corners and stuff like that. So I thought I'd just raise that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, if I may. If you could let me, and if any member could let me know if there are areas where the street lighting is a little bit darker. We do have what's called a CMS system, which allows us to tinker and adjust the lighting. So please do let me know if there are any areas where we can help with that. If I can, Councillor Curry, I'll come back to you on the dates there. I can see why you might be slightly confused. I'm sure there is a good explanation which I can give you, but I will take that away and come back to you if that's okay. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Hubbard.
Just picking up on that point about dark areas, the dark areas always were there. Yeah, it's just that when the light was thrown up onto the houses and such like, it looked as if the road was brighter. So if you take example is Bryant Road in my patch, and you walk up it and you feel it's darker, but the dark patch is always there because it's the distance between the lamps. So it's because the illumination on the ground is the same as it was. It's just that the buildings aren't lit up. And the feel is different. So yeah, all it does is emphasise there were dark locations and now they seem to be darker, but they're not really any darker because illumination was always lacking at that point. So it shows that we have shortfalls in street lighting in certain locations.
Yep. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. So I think, I mean, this is a helpful report, but I think that in a previous meeting, maybe back in June, we discussed some of the street cleanliness data and particularly, I guess, locations and where the kind of data was being pulled from. Because I think at the time, members on both sides of the chamber felt that maybe the compliance metrics were maybe a little bit rosy based on our experiences of people who are living in, quite often like me, living in the wards that they're representing. And I'm just conscious that I don't think we've received any information. I think there was a commitment to provide us with some more metrics. And just this paper would, I guess, be a good opportunity to do that. So just wondering if we could get a follow-up on when that information might be coming. And then just the presentation issue, which is something I've raised on other council papers. I think the strategic risk scores are obviously helpful, but they're only really meaningful if you know the document that it's referring to. And as a new member, you know, I had to kind of have a bit of a hunt for it. And I think that all of our documents, all of our council papers should have as a principle that they're standalone documents and that a link is provided to what I presume is the risk strategy so that they're meaningful for new members like me, but also journalists, members of the public. So just a plea for future papers to have links to, RAG ratings and that kind of thing so that they're meaningful. And then just a final comment that might be a little bit cheeky, but I did notice that the metrics are pretty much green across all things, 100%. And I guess for me, that just sort of raises a question about whether we're being ambitious enough with our strategy, and maybe when you reach that point where everything's green, maybe you need to have a think about what else we could be doing to drive things and make things even better. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for your questions. So in terms of the question around the clarity around the streetlights, and the information from the June meeting, we'll take that forward and come back to you. For the strategic risk scores, it's very timely that you mention this because we are looking at, you know, the way we present risks now. So, you know, we'll take your feedback forward on that. So that's great. There was one more question. I don't think I've picked that up. Did I? Is there? That was around the.
It was more a comment that
The
if everything's
greens,
green, maybe go
that's
back to the
it,
drawing board and see what else you could do. Yeah.
I just wanted to say I can assure you they're not always green. It is a very green quarter report this time, and this committee are very fortunate in terms of some of their measures are green, but we do look at the targets each year, and again that's something else we will be looking at shortly. So, you know, we will take that forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing, Chair, which I would like to comment, I think it's already been commented on earlier, which is about the air quality management areas on page 120 and 121. I'm just a little bit concerned that it's being placed in the climate change strategic risk, and I think we really need to be very specific in terms of when we did this air quality item at the last meeting, I came away very concerned about it because of the dangerous levels of air, and there are actually people living in and breathing in that air where they live. There are only a few people, but I was just wondering what's the future liability of the council if those people get serious illnesses and die. You know, there is an established case in London of a child that's died, and the link has been to the air quality. So, you know, I was even thinking, because it's only a few houses, do we do such measures as a compulsory purchase of, or not a compulsory purchase, but offer to purchase those people's houses so that we can let those houses lie empty until such time as we've improved the air quality. At that point, we can then bring the houses back onto the market. You know, there is people's health at risk here. I just don't think we really took it quite seriously enough. It's very localised, so there's people on the Hoo Peninsula that are breathing in fantastic air. It's not a general issue on the Hoo Peninsula. And generally, the air there is probably far better than generally in the whole of Medway. But I just think to put it under climate change isn't quite right, because climate change is the level of CO2, etc., in the whole atmosphere, which is all our activities adding carbon dioxide, etc. But this is air quality is the localised one, where if you move 20 metres or 50 metres away, the air quality can actually be a lot better elsewhere. So I don't think we've quite grasped the nettle on that one. And I'm not quite sure why it's being managed within the climate change strategic risk.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your question, Councillor Turpin. It was more kind of framing a question of us to reflect upon, I think. At the last committee meeting, and indeed the committee meeting before, we've had quite extensive debates around the air quality management action plans. And of course, that's why we have the air quality management action plans in place, to try and monitor that. I appreciate members will have a view about the speed and the pace of change in terms of how we can seek to address those issues. Just in terms of where that risk is captured, so although it comes within the auspices of climate change, actually it's the team, so Stuart Steed that we had here at committee under Ian Gilmore's leadership, they're the team that actually monitor this and take the actions forward. It was just captured under climate change in terms of a reporting position for us, so I don't see that as too much of an issue. Thank you, Chairman.
Richard, before we move on from that, because obviously there's a recommendation later, if this does go to the climate change scenario, how can we ensure that we as a committee get a report back on a regular basis of what the actual status is?
Thank you, Chairman. So just to respond to that, in terms of our performance reporting, there's always an opportunity, because although this is about the risk and where the risk is sitting, in terms of our performance reporting, there is always a section in there around air quality management action plans, and that would be the opportunity for members to debate that when it comes forward through the committee process. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other member? In that case, then I'll go directly to the Vice Chairman.
Yep, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Leslie, for your report and for your wait this evening. Sorry about that. Happy to move recommendations at page 122 at section 8, but with the addition of the 2 reports back as requested by Councillor Edwards.
Seconded. Councillor Clark. Is that agreed? Thank you. So we now go on to agenda item 9, petitions. Hand over to Richard.
Oh, gosh, I was proposing that you actually hand over to John, was what I was going to suggest, actually, Chairman, if that's okay. Obviously, you're the boss.
No, that's what you're going to suggest, fine.
Thanks. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I've got nothing to add to the report, so it's just as set out in the agenda, Chairman.
Chairman. Oh, sorry, Councillor Stamp. There's always one.
Thank you. Just very briefly, it was remiss of me not to declare at the start of the meeting that one of the petitions relates to a location very close to where I live, so it was a DPI. So if there was any discussion around that item in relation to section 3.1, then I would need to withdraw.
Okay, thank you. So we go on to agenda item 10 then, work programme.
Do you want to just agree the previous
I thought we had, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Is agreed?
Petitions report.
Yeah. Item 10. The only comment I have is, are we still on target for the river strategy in December?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we are in terms of working that through. And Chairman, if I can, just while I have the floor, in the earlier debate when Councillor Chitty was being held to account, there was some discussion around reports back on IPM. So that is scheduled for March 2023 on our work programme. And there was some discussion around Section 106 agreements, and we have that scheduled for December 2022. So I just thought that would be worth bringing to the committee's attention in terms of those items. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Curry, you beat me to it.
You go first. No, I'll quickly go first. Could we add in at some point the bus improvement strategy as well? I don't know if it's on there or not, I couldn't recall, but if it isn't, then it would be good to have a report on how that's going. Thank you.
If you're happy, we'll agree that our next pre-agenda. Yeah. Councillor Cooper.
It's a bit off the wall. On the river strategy, would there be any discussion around the Medway Queen? Because if so, I would like to know that, please. Would that be included within the river strategy?
You can answer that.
Thank you, Chairman. So I don't think the Medway Queen is specifically referenced, actually, in terms of that, but happy that my team will have a conversation with Councillor Cooper offline around that. I know exactly where Councillor Cooper is coming from in terms of your intentions, so we'll pick that up offline, if that's okay, Chairman.
Possibly we could have a briefing note sometime in the future, so every member's informed. Thank you. Right, that almost brings us to the end of tonight's meeting. I've had a number of residents contact me who view this meeting online and trying to understand what a scrutiny meeting is all about. So, as you are fully aware, scrutiny is the activity of challenge of decisions and policies to ensure the best possible outcome for our residents. We also know that scrutiny is a requirement to improve corporate governance by ensuring openness, accountability, transparency, fairness and candour in all decision making. Therefore, those who serve on a scrutiny committee should not come with preconceived ideas and a closed mind, but rather an inquisitive nature, ensuring an open mind. Thank you. And with that, I declare the meeting closed.